Chapter 2766. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Zi-Chen raised his head and saw many figures flying past him. They were very fast, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. What happened? Zi-Chen was very puzzled. Do you want to go and take a look? Shadowless, who was beside him, suggested. The will of this forest suddenly disappeared, and all the powerhouses flew away. It was obvious that they had discovered something. Perhaps it was an even greater opportunity for him. Zi-Chen was a little hesitant. In fact, this place was quite good. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to reap greater rewards. But now, it seemed that he had discovered an even greater opportunity. Once he obtained it, his realm might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. After a slight hesitation, Zi-Chen's figure flashed and his body soared into the air. For the first time, he arrived above this forest. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless sea of trees around him. There was no end in sight. At this time, in Zi-Chen's line of sight, one figure after another appeared. They were all heading straight ahead. During this time, there were powerhouses who passed by Zi-Chen not far away. After sensing his realm, their faces revealed surprise. He was actually level 3. How could a level 3 come here? Among them, there were also some celestials. However, they did not attack Zi-Chen. Their eyes only swept past him and continued forward. There must be something up ahead. Let's go take a look. Shadowless's voice sounded. Zi-Chen nodded and flew forward with the crowd. During this time, Zi-Chen not only saw divine generals and celestials, but also some general-level battle beasts. They were also flying forward. They were in different camps, so they did not attack each other. They flew like this for a long time. In the forest ahead, suddenly one light after another emerged and entwined upwards. Some reacted quickly and dodged quickly. Some could not dodge in time and were directly pulled into the forest. Then a powerful fluctuation came from the forest. Be careful, these ancient trees will still attack. Shadowless reminded from behind. He purposely increased the distance between him and Zi-Chen. This way, if Zi-Chen was in danger, he would be able to see it immediately and warn him in time. Zi-Chen nodded. His spiritual senses shrouded the surroundings. Once there was danger, he would be able to dodge in time. Shwa! In the forest that covered the sky, a ray of light shot out and headed straight for Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's figure flickered, and a finger swiped out. The power of yin and yang surged at his fingertips, and a beam of sword chi shot out. During this period of time, he had long gotten used to using the power of yin and yang. As time passed, he became more and more adept at using these two types of energy. In the past, the power of yin and yang was one of his trump cards. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. However, in this dangerous place, he could only use the power of yin and yang at the same time. Only then could he have the power to protect himself. Puff! The beam of light that extended upwards was instantly cut apart. Shwa! 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 However, soon more beams of light shot out from below, heading for Zi-Chen. The beam that was previously cut off by Zi-Chen glowed again, and then turned into a huge palm, heading for Zi-Chen. Puff! 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 Zi-Chen's hands kept moving, and the sword chi formed by the power of yin and yang shot out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the beams of light were all cut apart. He flew forward, and many rays of light followed closely behind him. They were like dancing spiritual snakes. At the same time, wherever he passed, more beams of light would appear. In front of Zi-Chen, many experts had been pulled in. There were experts from all 3 camps, and there were even some level 6 experts among them. At a glance, the sky above the forest was already filled with beams of light. When these beams of light reached high up in the sky, they turned into palms one after another, grabbing at the experts above. Those palms had a certain range, and once they exceeded that range, they would not continue to pursue. However, When they stopped pursuing, they would turn towards the experts behind them. It could be said that the further back one was, the more palms one would have to face. Shwa! Shwa! Another expert was grabbed by the palms and fell into the forest below. At this moment in the forest, in addition to the powerful fluctuations, there are also roars and screams. The screams came from the experts, and some came from the ancient trees. Obviously, there were victories and defeats for both sides. However, what Zichen did not understand was, if the path ahead was filled with danger, why did the experts not turn back? Could there really be great opportunities in the depths? This guess did not have an answer for the time being. His figure kept dodging, passing through one attack after another. During this period, the palms that were coming at him at extreme speed almost caught him several times. Fortunately, his reaction was fast, and he was able to dodge in time every time with his extreme speed. Chi! Just as Zichen was flying at high speed, a beam of sword chi suddenly shot up from the forest below. This beam of sword chi was heading straight for Zichen. Its chi was locked onto him, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Zichen felt a sense of danger in his heart. In an instant, he burst out with all his strength and used his extreme speed to break free from the lock of the aura. At the same time, the sword chi that was surrounded by divine light swept past him. After dodging the attack, Zichen looked down, but he could not see anything. "Be careful!" Shadowless's voice sounded, but it was too late. When Zichen was dodging earlier, he had missed the best opportunity to avoid those palms. At this moment, he was grabbed by several palms and then pulled down together. These palms grasped each other and then changed. When Zichen's body was pulled down, these palms had turned back into a huge tree ball. This tree ball was connected to 5 directions, representing 5 ancient trees. "Zichen, how are you?" Shadowless descended from the sky and looked at the tree ball in front of him and shouted. Zichen did not respond. The moment he was trapped, it was as if he had entered a sealed space, and he had lost his perception of the outside world. His vision was pitch black, and he could not see anything. Fortunately, his mind was still clear, and he knew what had just happened. At this moment, he felt the energy in his body begin to drain, similar to the ancient trees here. "This move is useless against me." Zichen snorted coldly, and the power of yin and yang lingered around his body, releasing a strong light that illuminated the surroundings. The surroundings were empty, as if it was another space, and there was nothing abnormal. A long saber appeared in Zichen's hand, and he unsheathed it and slashed down. The saber light, like a waterfall, swept into the distance, but it did not hit anything and slowly dissipated. All of this was like an illusion, but it also seemed to be real. Zichen was not worried about this strange scene. As long as his mind was not controlled, he could break out of this situation. His eyes immediately turned gold and silver, and he activated the yin-yang eye. Under the yin-yang eye, reality and illusion immediately appeared. The part that was illusory disappeared, and the part that was real was revealed. He unsheathed his saber again, rose into the air, and slashed down. After the first slash, another slash. One slash after another. Shadowless called out to Zichen a few times, but there was no response. Just as he was getting anxious, he saw a saber light flash past the tree ball. Immediately after, more saber lights appeared from inside and swept out. Boom! After a dozen slashes, the tree ball exploded, and Zichen's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he turned into a bolt of lightning and swept toward an ancient tree in front of him. The roots of the ancient tree rose, forming a tree wall, and the power of the rules surged on it, forming a defense. Zichen slashed down with his saber. The yin-yang saber light moved forward forcefully, and the tree wall was split into 2. The tree wall's defense could no longer stop Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed again, passing through the dissipating tree wall, and arrived in front of the ancient tree, slashing down with a saber again. Poof! This slash cut the ancient tree horizontally, and a shrill scream came from the ancient tree. Above Zi-Chen's head, the space distorted, and a black hole appeared out of thin air. Tentacles that emitted light appeared from the black hole one after another, landing on the ancient tree that was cut in half. These tentacles had a deeper understanding of the rules. As they surged, the huge ancient tree shrank continuously and was sucked into the black hole. The ancient tree was sucked into the black hole, and behind the black hole was connected to Zi-Chen's world, where the brood mother stood. After the brood mother took away the first ancient tree, Zi-Chen's figure continued to flash and arrived in front of the second ancient tree and attacked again. At this time, without the support of the forest will, the ancient tree's power weakened a lot. Zi-Chen didn't need to use the blade domain to easily get rid of them. At the same time, with the brood mother's cooperation, he wouldn't waste the ancient tree's vitality. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ancient trees that pulled Zi-Chen down were killed. Their huge bodies were pulled into Zi-Chen's world by the brood mother, and they would be refined by the brood mother. Without the 5 ancient trees, the space above became empty again. Zi-Chen's body soared into the sky, and he continued to move forward. Now, he still didn't know what was in the depths, but everyone was flying in that direction. He believed that there must be something amazing there. He still didn't see the divine general that attacked him. Along the way, Zi-Chen was pulled down again, and he easily broke through. But before he left, he inadvertently found that there were many balls of trees in the forest. According to Shadowless, there were powerhouses trapped in those balls of trees. They hadn't broken out of the balls of trees for a long time, so it was obvious that they were dead. During this time, Zi-Chen tried to break out of one from the outside, but he saw a corpse fall out. The divine general inside was dead. It could be said that if Zi-Chen didn't have the yin-yang eye, it would be difficult to break out of the ball of trees. In this way, after being surrounded twice along the way, Zi-Chen finally made it through the forest. Or rather, he finally reached the depths of the forest. Chapter 27:67. In front of Zi-Chen was a huge ancient tree. It towered into the clouds, and its body was wrapped in clouds like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. Its extended branches and leaves curled in the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. All the experts who had come to this place lifted their heads to look at the ancient tree that was hidden in the clouds. They could not see the end of the tree, and their faces were filled with shock. It was undoubtedly the king of this place. At this time, all the experts were standing outside the tree's shade, not daring to enter. Under the tree's shade, one could feel an extremely strong pressure. Zi-Chen, what do you think those are? Shadowless reminded him. Zi-Chen looked into the clouds and saw that there were sparkling lights there. Are those fruits? After a few breaths, when he saw the sparkling lights, he was very surprised. Amidst the lingering clouds, one crystal clear fruit after another could be seen, hanging among the branches and leaves of this ancient tree king. At this time, the other experts also noticed the scene, and their expressions were extremely excited. Looks like this is everyone's goal here. Those fruits must be extraordinary. Shadowless looked into the distance. Many experts were looking at the fruits above, and their eyes were gradually filled with passion. Previously, they had been ambushed by the ancient trees. Now that this ancient tree king was so huge, they believed that its methods would be even stronger. It would be difficult for the experts to obtain these fruits. At this time, all the experts stopped to watch and discuss countermeasures. After a short moment of silence, a person could be seen flying forward at lightning speed. The moment he rushed into the sky, he shook his body and turned into an eagle. The eagle's wingspan was tens of thousands of feet. With a screech, the eagle shot into the clouds. The calm clouds in the sky began to ripple and distort. They were forcefully torn apart by a wave of energy, and a palm print appeared. Unlike the attack Zi-Chen saw before, the palm print in front was formed by pure energy, and there were no branches behind it. Seeing the scene, many experts' expressions changed again. It was obvious that this ancient tree king was much stronger than the ancient trees behind it. Whoosh! Looking at the incoming palm print, the eagle in the air suddenly spread its wings. Its speed suddenly increased, and it flew into the clouds, leaving the palm print behind. More and more clouds dispersed, and more sparkling fruits appeared, emitting a bewitching luster. Several more palm prints appeared out of nowhere and headed straight for the eagle. Above the palm print, a bright green light lingered, releasing an even more terrifying aura. The eagle's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, it was already nearing the clouds. Following the arrival of these palm prints, an even sharper cry rang out between heaven and earth. This voice had a strong penetrative power. The eagle in the sky shone brightly as it accelerated for the second time. This acceleration was so sudden that a sonic boom could be heard in the air. It easily passed through the pincer attack of the palm prints and approached the fruit. Whoa! The void trembled as divine power surged. An even larger palm print appeared. This palm print occupied more than half of the sky, bringing with it a large shadow as it descended. The eagle in front of him didn't have time to increase its speed before it was caught by the palm seal. Powerful divine power overflowed from the fingers that were clenched into a fist. The eagle was crushed by the palm print. Exclamations rang out all around. All the experts looked in another direction. There, a figure appeared, flashed into the shade of the tree, and was about to reach the fruit. That figure was the one who had turned into an eagle. At the moment of crisis, he revealed his true form and left the eagle as if he had teleported, arriving beside the fruit. At this moment, while the experts below were exclaiming, they were also very nervous. If the other party successfully obtained fruit, then they would have a chance to get it too. Just as the other party was about to grab the fruit, he suddenly slowed down. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Before anyone could see what had happened, they only saw the expert, who was just inches away from the fruit, fly into the distance. His body landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stared in front of him with great reluctance. He was only one step away from the fruit. If he was given another moment, he would have succeeded. When the other experts saw the scene, their minds became active. After all, although the person who had stepped forward was blocked, he didn't die. This gave them hope. However, there were still some who were puzzled. The moment before the other party succeeded, his speed had obviously slowed down. Peter, what did you encounter just now? Why did you slow down? A divine general asked. At this moment, the others turned around and stared at the divine general called Peter, waiting for him to give an answer. This way, when they tried, they would be more alert. The divine general called Peter did not hide anything. He said directly it was pressure. Pressure? That's right. A powerful pressure affected my speed. Under the shadow of the tree, it was like a domain. We were restricted, but the other party was not. What hit me in the end? I suspect it was a branch. Unfortunately, I did not see it clearly. Everyone's expression changed when they heard divine general Bai's words. Soon, they began to discuss among themselves. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Not long after, more experts rose into the air. There were quite a few of them. Since divine General Peter was only one step away from the fruit, this time with more people working together, their chances might be higher. When Zichen saw this scene, his heart was also moved. Just as he was hesitating whether to follow, some experts had already approached the ancient tree king, causing the ancient tree king to counterattack. Buzz! The void vibrated and a palm print appeared. It descended from the sky and slammed down on the experts who were charging up. Seeing these palm imprints, these experts displayed their own techniques and dodged one after another. There were also some that attempted to break through the palm with their attacks. Boom! The palm print collided with the energy, and a destructive shockwave swept out in all directions. During this time, several level 5 experts could not dodge in time and were swept away by the shockwave. Their bodies flew into the distance. However, during this time, many managed to dodge the first wave of the palm print. These people sped up and fled in all directions. Buzz! The ancient Tree King's second wave of attack arrived. This time there were more palm prints, and they were stronger and more terrifying. Zi Chen's gaze was fixed on a person at this moment. It was a 6th grade divine general. After he soared into the sky, he took out a gourd that surged with divine light. The gourd was upside down, releasing a divine light curtain that enveloped him. The palm print arrived and brushed past his body. The powerful shockwave caused the light screen to shake slightly before stabilizing. He sped up again. During this time he kept dodging. Relying on the defense of the gourd, he dodged one attack after another and charged toward the fruit. It could be said that among the experts who were advancing together, he was the first one to approach the fruit. When he reached the range of the tree shadow, his body was also obstructed, and his speed suddenly decreased. The gourd above his head released divine light again, and another light screen appeared. This light screen sped him up. At this moment, a powerful force slammed into the gourd, accompanied by a loud bang. The gourd trembled in midair, and the light screen protecting the gourd was shattered. However, the light screen had absorbed the force of the attack, and the gourd wasn't sent flying. He grabbed the last chance and grabbed one of the fruits. Pa! An even louder bang was heard, and the level 6 divine general was sent flying. At this moment, everyone below was staring at him without blinking. This was because the moment he was sent flying, a fruit had appeared in his hand. His body did not land on the ground. While he was in midair, the gourd that had protected him earlier flew back and expanded in the air. It emitted a bright divine light and carried his body into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This time, nearly 100 experts had gone forward, but only one person had gotten the fruit. The other person was straightforward and did not lust for the second fruit, decisively retreating. The rest of the people who returned without any success were dispirited. Those who did not try before saw hope at this moment. They were excited and eager to try. No one chased after the level 6 expert who had left with the fruit. There were not many people here who were confident of killing a level 6 expert. Instead of taking that risk, it was better to try here. Zichen saw all this and was a little moved. After all, he had many tricks up his sleeve, and it was not difficult to get a fruit. The most important thing was to resist the pressure from the ancient Tree King when approaching the fruit, and be careful of that almost invisible attack. Buzz! 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 Just as he was thinking about whether he should make a move, the space in front of him vibrated, and one palm print after another flew up into the sky, flying forward. Obviously, some people wanted to try to get the fruit from a distance, but Zi-chan was more willing to believe that they were just testing. Those palm prints that flew up into the sky were destroyed by more palm prints before they could reach the ancient Tree King. A powerful force erupted, wreaking havoc in the sky. Such an attempt was useless to begin with. Just as the energy in the sky dissipated, some experts once again rose into the air. Let's go! This time, Zi-chen did not plan to wait. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. More experts rose into the sky and flew toward the ancient Tree King from all directions. Soon, they encountered the first wave of attacks. Many palm prints fell from the sky, surging with powerful auras. Previously, Zi-chan was standing far away and did not feel anything. Now that he was very close to the palm prints, he could feel the pressure from the palm prints. However, he was confident that he could dodge this first wave of attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Zi-chan dodged, more than 90% of the experts here had dodged. The remaining 10% were not weak, but they were too unlucky. Immediately after, the second wave of attacks came. This time, Zi-chan used extreme speed. His body seemed to teleport as he passed through the palm prints, easily avoiding them. Chapter 2768. The dangerous aura did not come from other people's sneak attacks, but from the ancient tree king in front. Green lights appeared one after another in front of them. These green lights wrapped around the powerhouses who were trying to avoid them at an extremely fast speed. Caught off guard, 2 level 5s were already trapped by the green lights and were being dragged toward the ancient tree king. In addition to these green lights, there were also palm prints falling from above. At this time, everyone could not care less about the 2 level 5s and dodged. The ancient tree king's attack method was obviously different from before, and Ziqin became more vigilant. Boom! Boom! Powerful energy kept surging. The 2 trapped level 5s tried to break free from the green lights, but it was useless. During this time, they took out their weapons and slashed at the green lights, but they could not break them. The toughness of the green lights was far beyond their imagination. Seeing this, many powerhouses' expressions changed drastically, and they became even more cautious. Ziqin was even more vigilant. He directly used the 9 thunderbolts and flew forward like a flash of lightning. The ancient tree king this time was different from before. Those green lights were too difficult to deal with. Once trapped, it would be very difficult to escape. Ziqin did not intend to delay. No one was sure if the ancient tree king would use other methods the longer he delayed. Whoosh! In the midst of dodging, Ziqin took the lead. The energy above his head vibrated, and another huge palm print appeared. This palm print was like the one that crushed the eagle earlier. It was very powerful and terrifying, occupying half the sky. It fell very quickly and was almost impossible to block. Buzz! Thunder wings appeared on Ziqin's back and lightning flashed. He used his speed to the extreme, and it was as if he teleported. He dodged the attack and was the first to reach the tree's shadow. As soon as he entered, he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure affected his extreme speed and slowed him down a lot. As long as he was given some time to adapt, he would be able to display extreme speed again without being affected by the pressure at all. However, it was a race against time. How could he be given more time? Saber domain! Therefore, when he reached the shadow of the tree, Ziqin did not hesitate to summon the 8 saber ancestor tablets to form a saber domain. The 8 ancestral steels emitted an ancient aura as they revolved around him, bringing his body forward. Pa! A beam of energy fell on the Saber Ancestors tablet, causing a loud bang. The Saber Ancestors tablet, which was rotating around Ziqin, suddenly stopped. Whoa! The steel of the Saber Ancestor shook violently again, bursting with dazzling light. However, the Saber domain did not shatter. It rotated at high speed again, and Ziqin continued to rush forward. Pa! The second attack soon hit the Saber Ancestors tablet, and the Saber domain trembled again. Although Ziqin had used his extreme speed, he was still slower than the level 6 person with the calabash. Therefore, he was hit twice by that force before he could get close to those fruits. Unlike the level 6, his defense had not been broken through, so he still had time. However, time was limited. He immediately reached out and grabbed the fruit in front of him. However, unlike the previous level 6 divine general, he did not reach out one hand, but 2. One on the left and one on the right. He turned to the 2 fruits. Many of the experts below were shocked when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were speechless. One hand was not enough, so he stretched out 2. Wasn't this too greedy? Don't draw water with a bamboo basket and end up with nothing. Just when they thought that 2 hands was the limit of Ziqin, the space above his head began to distort and a black hole appeared. Then, from the black hole, tentacles appeared one after another. Those tentacles were extremely fast, turning into palm rules and grabbing the other fruits. Ziqin and the broodmother had worked together for a long time, and both sides had a tacit understanding. The broodmother knew what to do at this time. Although it could have more tentacles, In order to have full confidence, it only stretched out a dozen tentacles. The experts below, who had turned back, looked up and saw this scene. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this too crazy? Others only want to get one, but you want to get more than that. This greed shocked everyone, but it also made everyone excited. At the same time, their hearts were abnormally excited. After all, Zi-Chun was only level 3. He was no threat to them at all. No matter how much he gained, he was destined to be fought over. Exclamations were heard again. When the tentacles appeared, Zi-Chen's body suddenly shone with a strong light. When the strong light left his body, it turned into doppelgangers. These doppelgangers rushed up again to grab the fruits. The experts, who were extremely shocked, were now speechless. It was extremely rare for a person to be so greedy. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened very quickly. Everything was completed in an instant. When Zi-Chen entered the range of the tree shadow, he summoned the blade domain and approached the fruit. When he stretched out his hands, the broodmother and doppelgangers appeared. During this time, a third sound was heard. Bang! This sound was even louder and clearer. Zi-Chen could even see that it was a beam of green energy that had struck the ancestral steel. The blade domain trembled, and the blade ancestral tablet showed signs of losing control. However, it still blocked the attack. To be able to withstand 3 attacks from the opponent, the blade domain's defense was stronger than the level 6 gourd from before. Zi-Chen, hurry up. The domain can't hold on any longer. At this time, the voice of the sword spirit sounded in Zi-Chen's mind. The blade domain was now controlled by the opponent. If it was Zi-Chen, it would have been dispersed long ago. Go! Zi-Chen shouted loudly. His hands glowed brightly, and a powerful force surged out. In an instant, he took the 2 fruits. The brood mother above also exerted her strength. The more than 10 rule palms began to drag more than 10 fruits and began to return. At this moment, those clones had also made some progress and returned one after another. Pa! Another sound was heard. The blade domain shattered, and 8 blade ancestral tablets entered Zi-Chen's world. Zi-Chen, who had begun to retreat, was ready to recall these doppelgangers and escape. Bang! 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 Sounds rang out one after another. Those clones exploded one after another. The fruits in their hands also fell to the ground. The experts, who had been watching this scene from afar, had their eyes lit up. They rushed forward without hesitation. Some flew toward the fallen fruits, while others went straight for Zi-Chen. During this time, Zi-Chen only had time to recall 1 doppelganger. The other doppelgangers were shattered. At the same time, his body disappeared into thin air and reappeared hundreds of meters away. When his body disappeared, an even more powerful beam of green light brushed past his body. After stabilizing his body, he turned and used his extreme speed. He pushed the heavenly thunder wings to the extreme and flew into the distance. The level 6 expert from before had only obtained 1 fruit and retreated decisively. He had already obtained nearly 20 fruits. Naturally, he had to run faster. Wait! A level 6 divine general shouted and chased after Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen did not even turn his head. Waiting at this moment was simply courting death. Stay! Leave the fruit! Little brother, wait. I can use resources to buy one. Powerful auras surged from behind. Almost all of them were level 6 experts. Some of them directly expressed their intentions, while others appeared to be very hypocritical. Could such a thing be bought with resources? Perhaps Zi-Chen's actions had completely infuriated the ancient Tree King. An angry scream came from behind, followed by the terrified cries of the other divine generals. There were also mournful screams. A powerful fluctuation appeared from the forest below and headed toward Zi-Chen. It was the ancient trees in the forest that were also launching attacks at him. Buzz! Zi-Chen's body flashed. The space in front of him distorted, and a space portal appeared. He entered the portal directly. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. In the sky above this forest, he could use his world to escape. As long as he wanted to run, no one could catch up with him. The level 6 experts from before could barely catch up. However, after Zichen's multiple teleportations, they had completely lost track of Zichen. They stopped their pursuit, and their expressions became extremely ugly. However, their target had disappeared. They had no choice but to return. When they returned, they saw the ancient Tree King attacking the divine generals ferociously as if it had gone mad. Many of the divine generals were dragged away by the green light. However, it was also because of the ancient Tree King's rage that some people took advantage of the opportunity. They nimbly dodged and obtained the fruits, one after another, then quickly retreated. Looking at the current situation, the longer they stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, they did not care about anything else and immediately rushed forward to fight for the fruits. Swoosh! 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 Beam after beam of green light shot forward in an attempt to entangle even more experts. During this time, some managed to dodge, while others were hit by the attack. Those who were hit could not break the green light and were pulled back by the ancient Tree King. The battle lasted for a very short amount of time, less than 2 hours. However, the number of experts that died was as high as 40%. As for the remaining 60%, 30% were fortunate enough to obtain the fruits and quickly left. The remaining 30% didn't obtain anything at all. Just as the remaining 30% were extremely depressed, they saw the ancient Tree King in front of them suddenly tremble irregularly. It seemed that something was wrong. During this time, a divine general boldly stepped forward and easily obtained a fruit after encountering some resistance. Such a scene made the eyes of the other divine generals light up, and they all rushed forward. This time it was indeed easier. Some even obtained 2 or 3 fruits. However, the ancient Tree King's sudden change was only temporary. After it erupted again, more than 10 experts were dragged away by the green light. At this point, the other experts had all retreated. The will of the forest that had disappeared earlier reappeared this time. After the will of the forest appeared, the ancient Tree King's entire body emitted light. Many corpses were trapped in the intertwined roots. These corpses were glowing as their vitality was absorbed by the ancient Tree King. At the same time, the ancient Tree King, which had lost many fruits previously, began to form new fruits. When the new fruits formed, the ancient Tree King's branches and leaves began to shake. One fruit after another fell down as if they were ripe. Chapter 27:69. The fruits that all the powerful beings had been fighting for had turned into human figures after landing on the ground. If there were any powerful beings who were present to witness this scene, who knew what they would think of it? These fruits turned into human figures. They were naked and flashed with green light. They all looked up at the ancient Tree King. 2 eyes appeared on the ancient Tree King's body. These 2 eyes emitted a cold green light. Go, kill them! These fruits that turned into human figures disappeared into thin air. It was as if they had teleported and disappeared without a trace. The sky was dyed green by the life force. The sea of trees stretched for miles. The surroundings became quiet again. The ancient Tree King was still absorbing the life force of those experts. Those experts who were motionless twitched from time to time, but they did not make a sound. All living things that step into my world must die. The cold and harsh laughter broke the silence. The ancient Tree King closed its eyes again, and the green light on its body faded away. The net had been cast. Next was to wait for the harvest. Obtaining almost 20 fruits was definitely a big gain for Zichen. After escaping, he kept teleporting until he felt that he was far enough away, safe enough, and no one could catch up with him. Then he stopped and re-entered the forest. After entering the forest, he first killed a few ancient trees. The life force of the ancient trees was absorbed by the mother nest. Soon, this area was cleared, and he flashed into the world. At this time, Shadowless was observing the harvest. Zichen asked, "Do you feel any use?" Shadowless stood up and said, "There's the power of rules inside and also a strong life force. There should be many uses. Try refining one first." The fruit of the ancient tree king was naturally extraordinary. Zichen believed that it was the fruit of life. This strange thing was beneficial to him. Zichen took one and started refining without hesitation. "I'll go check out the surroundings," Shadowless said, and prepared to leave Zichen's world. "It's only been a while. They shouldn't have caught up." Zichen looked at Shadowless and said, "It's never wrong to be careful." Shadowless disappeared. Zichen thanked him in his heart and began to refine the fruit. The fruit emitted a green light as if it was alive, and when it entered his stomach, it turned into a surge of energy. Among these energies, there was pure rule power as well as pure vitality. As this energy spread out, Zichen felt as if he had come to a world full of vitality. All the life forms in this world were full of vitality, and their vitality was surging. In such a world full of vitality, it was as if everything was eternal, immortal, and indestructible. This energy entered his body and was absorbed by the yin and yang energy. This yin and yang energy was slowly undergoing a fundamental change. It seemed to have changed from hard to soft, combining both hard and soft. The effect of the fruit of life overlapped with that of the heart of the ancient tree, but it was more comprehensive. Not only would it allow him to become more familiar with his own energy perception, but it would also deepen his understanding of the world's rules. His general level saber, Dao, would also improve. As the refinement continued, the parts that Zhang Xian didn't quite understand gradually became clearer. It took Zichen 7 days to refine this fruit before he completely exhausted the fruit's energy. When he opened his eyes, a green light flashed in them. He had not broken through, and was still a distance away from becoming a level for Divine General. However, this fruit had improved him a lot, and his combat strength had increased significantly. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and 2 streams of yin and yang energy appeared in his hand at the same time. These 2 streams of energy were spinning in his palm, and their speed was getting faster and faster. 7 days ago, when Zichen had not refined the fruit, it was impossible for him to control 2 types of energy with one hand. As his spiritual thoughts moved, the yin and yang energies quickly condensed together as they spun, turning into a small lotus. It was the yin-yang thunder lotus. Following that, Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved again, and the thunder lotus that had just formed dissipated again. It turned into 2 types of energy again and spun around his palm. Finally, the 2 streams of energy disappeared from his palm. Now he had reached the point where he could retract and release them freely. His improvement could be said to be great. In addition to his control of energy, he had also improved in other aspects. The most obvious one was his general level Saber Dao. He was also closer to comprehending his 4th Saber Dao. Refining one fruit had such an effect, and Zichen's heart was filled with excitement. At this moment, he still had nearly 20 fruits. Once he refined all of them, would he be able to break through? His heart was filled with anticipation. Not only that, but he also thought of the ancient tree king. On its huge tree body, there were no less than 10,000 fruits. If he could obtain all of them and refine all of them, how much progress would he make? Even if he could not refine all of them, everyone could refine them if he brought them back. Waking up from his fantasy, Zichen continued to refine the 2nd fruit. In fact, Zichen did not know that these fruits could help all the powerhouses here improve. If a divine general at the peak of level 5 who had reached the bottleneck refined them, it would be enough to help him advance to level 6. It could be said that this was an opportunity to break through, and it was extremely rare. Even for level 6 powerhouses, this fruit had a great effect. Even if it could not help them break through, such an improvement would allow them to see the path to level 7. This would allow them to take fewer detours in the future. Of course, this was only under the condition that he obtained one. If he obtained more, then the more the better. However, this time, most of the powerhouses only obtained one fruit. They did not refine all of these fruits. Some were waiting to refine them when they reached the bottleneck, while others wanted to get more and refine them all together. In this special world with only ancient trees, the world was quiet. The will of the forest fell again, and the ancient trees covered the sky again. Suddenly, a rare breeze blew through the quiet forest. A figure appeared in one of the ancient trees. That figure was inside the ancient tree, and only a clear human face could be seen. He was turning his head, as if he would walk out of the ancient tree at any time. Sweeping his gaze around, his silhouette disappeared from the ancient tree. A gentle breeze blew past, and he reappeared in another ancient tree. He continued to look around. He was invisible, and he did not need to walk. His body could change positions among these ancient trees at will. After changing positions many times, he appeared in another ancient tree. Finally, he found his target. It was a figure of light, sitting cross-legged on a withered tree root. Divine light swirled around his body. A gentle breeze blew past, and a leaf slowly fell from above. That figure appeared above the drooping leaves and lowered his head to look at the motionless figure sitting cross-legged below. As he approached the figure, a ball of green light appeared in his palm. The green light turned into a short dagger, stabbing toward the back of the level. 5 Divine General. Puff! Without a sound, the short dagger broke through the divine light on the surface of the figure's body and pierced into his back. The figure let go of the dagger, and his figure disappeared. The level 5 Divine General suddenly jumped up. His body shone with divine light. He raised his head and looked up. He did not see any danger. The short dagger still in his back turned into green light again. It turned into energy vines, piercing through his skin and growing out. A terrified scream came from the forest, and the quiet atmosphere was broken. The loud cry that broke the silence quickly disappeared. The level 5 Divine General fell to the ground. His body had turned into a tree ball, and his vitality was suppressed. The silhouette that had disappeared earlier reappeared from the trunk of the tree. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Green light flickered on his fingertips. Rays of light shot out one after another, dragging the ball of tree towards this side and merging into the roots of the ancient tree. After killing the level 5 Divine General, the figure that did not show his true body moved forward again with the help of the ancient trees, looking for his second target. At this moment, there were too many figures moving with the help of the ancient trees in this forest. Their bodies were silent, and there was only an imperceptible breeze wherever they passed. Sitting cross-legged in the world, Zi-Chin had refined the second fruit. He had made great progress, and he was very satisfied. Then he would refine the third and the fourth. As long as he had enough time, he would refine all of these fruits. At this moment, several of his clones were comprehending the general level saber will. Green light flashed on their bodies. They had mobilized part of the fruit's power. In this world, only Zi-Chin, who had more than 20 fruits, could be so extravagant. In the forest, those figures were still moving forward, taking care of one opponent after another. Some were killed without making a sound, while others were a little more strenuous. A breeze blew again. A level 6 Divine General opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked around. His thick eyebrows furrowed slightly. It seemed that there had been a breeze in the forest these days, and the occasional exclamation made him feel a little uneasy. There was an upside-down gourd above his head. The gourd hung down a curtain of light, protecting him. He looked around but did not see anything unusual. At this moment, he felt a change in the curtain of light. He looked up abruptly and saw a glowing green figure grabbing his gourd with both hands. It seemed that the figure was trying to pull it away by force. "You're courting death." The level 6 Divine General and the green figure were both startled when they suddenly saw the green figure. The next moment there was a loud shout. The gourd exploded with divine light, and the green figure disappeared. A powerful aura surged from the level 6 Divine General. The divine light emitted by the gourd became even more dazzling, dyeing the ancient trees around them with colors. The green figure disappeared, as if it had never been there. The gourd turned into a beam of light and fell into the level 6 Divine General's hand. Divine light spewed out of the gourd's mouth, and a large amount of divine fire appeared. The divine fire set the ancient trees around them ablaze. The ancient trees, which had been motionless before, began to struggle and twist. They let out shrill screams. At this moment, the glowing figure appeared on top of an ancient tree in the distance. It stared coldly at the level 6 Divine General who had set the fire. Chapter 2770. These days, strange sounds kept coming from the forest, so Shadowless went out to investigate. Today, he happened to run into that level 6 Divine General. Shadowless remembered him because he was the first level 6 Divine General to get the fruit. He purposely followed him for a while, but when he realized he wasn't heading towards Zichen's hiding place, he decided to leave. After walking for a while, he inadvertently saw a figure looking around from the top of an ancient tree. Shadowless's expression changed. He was very surprised. For a person to be able to hide in the ancient tree and not cause the ancient tree to retaliate, this made him feel extremely strange. Therefore, he followed the light shadow back and saw the light shadow trying to snatch the level 6 Divine General's gourd away. The surrounding ancient trees were set ablaze by divine fire. The level 6 figure stood in the middle of the divine fire, releasing a powerful aura. Shadowless's enemy watched all of this coldly from afar. This continued for nearly 15 minutes. When the burning ancient trees in the surroundings had all died, the light figure retreated. Shadowless was able to track him down, so he followed him. If he guessed correctly, this shadow was the main reason for the strange noises that had been coming out of the forest recently. Shadowless did notice when the figure was above the level 6 Divine General. Shadowless followed the figure, and he ran into other figures. When they met, they didn't talk and went their separate ways. Soon, the figure found another target. It was a level 5 who was refining the heart of the tree. The figure silently appeared on top of the ancient tree near the target, then on top of a branch. The branch began to fall without making any noise. Half of the figure's body appeared from the branch. From afar, it looked like half a body had grown out of the branch. As he descended, a green light appeared in his hand. The green light turned into a short dagger and stabbed at the level 5's back. Puff! The dagger completely pierced the level 5's back. Shadowless's eyes narrowed. How could a level 5's defense be broken so easily? Even if the target didn't notice, it wouldn't be enough. Clearly, the dagger in the figure's hand was very strange. Or rather, it was unusually sharp. Shadowless kept looking at him, wanting to know how he disappeared. But as he disappeared again, Shadowless still couldn't figure out what the problem was. The level 5 warrior let out a roar and fell to the ground. The green light that had turned into a dagger earlier had turned into a vine this time. It grew out of the warrior's body and wrapped around him in layers. Finally, it turned into a tree ball. When the tree sphere was formed, the surging life force belonging to the level 5 was suppressed layer by layer. The silhouette appeared again and dragged the tree ball back. The tree ball merged into the roots and disappeared. After doing this, the silhouette moved forward again. Shadowless followed the figure for 2 days. After 2 days, he quickly returned because he realized that the figure was approaching Zichen's direction at this moment. At this time, Zichen was already refining the 6th fruit. He had made great progress in the past few days, and he had not encountered any danger during this period. Zi-Chin. Shadowless's voice suddenly rang out. Zi-Chin opened his eyes and opened the world. This is bad. I don't know why, but many lights and shadows have suddenly appeared in the forest. Shadowless entered the world and told Zi-Chin what he had discovered in the past few days. He explained in detail, including the methods of the lights and shadows. Zi-Chin frowned. If he could use any of the ancient trees to escape, then it would be difficult to catch him, let alone kill him. On the other hand, if he was targeted, then it would be a huge problem because no one could guard against someone who could appear anywhere silently. Do you have any ideas? Zi-Chin looked at Shadowless. I don't have any ideas at the moment. As long as there are ancient trees, he will keep disappearing. His speed is faster than teleportation. Shadowless said in a low voice. Why don't you leave before they find you? Zi-Chin nodded. If what Shadowless said was true, then in a situation where it was almost impossible to kill him after encountering him, the best solution was to stay away. Zi-Chin still had half of the fruits left to be refined, so he could only save them for when he found a relatively safe place. Just as Zi-Chin chose to leave, the other elites in the forest also discovered the existence of the lights and shadows. Then they found that they couldn't do anything to these lights and shadows. They weren't very strong, but they were silent. They could pass through the ancient trees at will, and it was almost impossible to lock onto them. So, these elites chose to form an alliance. Their teams continued to grow. Of course, they had to find someone they could trust. For example, the gods formed a team, the celestials formed a team, and the battle beasts formed a team. As for the scene of these three factions forming a team, it hadn't appeared yet. However, the two sides didn't fight for the time being. With Shadowless acting as a lookout for Zi-Chin, not only did Zi-Chin not need to form a team with others, he even deliberately stayed away from them. During this time, because he still had to refine the fruits, Zi-Chin walked and stopped. Finally, he was spotted by a light and shadow. It's here. Shadowless's voice came from outside the world. Zi-Chin stood in the world and waited patiently. Through Shadowless, he knew that his world wasn't a secret. It was as eye-catching as a lighthouse in the dark. That light and shadow would definitely be able to see it. If the other party could break in, then it would be great. When the light and shadow arrived, it saw a ball of light in front of it. It could feel a familiar presence from that ball of light. So, it used the leaves above to lean down. A short dagger appeared in its hand, and it instantly pierced the ball of light. Boom! There was a loud sound. Zi-Chin's world trembled. Outside the world barrier, a green light of energy appeared. It wanted to invade this world, but it failed. He's very careful. He disappeared again. Shadowless spoke again. His voice was very loud, and Zi-Chin heard it clearly. Zi-Chin, who was standing in the world, wanted to bring the other party in the moment he sensed the abnormality, but it was too late. Hearing Shadowless's words, Zi-Chin didn't appear. Instead, he opened a gap to the world where he was hiding. At the same time, he connected the entrance to the world to nothingness. The surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth entered the world through the entrance. The light and shadow in the distance were still on guard. Time stopped just like that. The light and shadow didn't give up on leaving. Zi-Chin had Shadowless's report, so he wasn't in a hurry. He even started to refine the fruit again. The light and shadow finally couldn't wait anymore. Its body flashed, and it teleported to the top of a nearby ancient tree. It carefully observed for a while, and when it didn't sense any danger, it went down. It's going down again. But don't act rashly. Its speed is faster than teleportation, Shadowless said. If this light shadow that was carefully bending down with the help of the tree branch knew that its every move was being observed by someone else who knew how it would feel. It swooped down and reached Zi-Chin's hiding place. The surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth was still entering, and this place had become a tunnel. A ray of light appeared in its hand. The light entered its body, and like a branch, it extended into Zi Chen's world. Zi Chen's spiritual senses immediately sensed something strange. The power of the rules of his world filled the surroundings, sensing the branch and analyzing its attributes. The branch was very tough. Zi Chen sensed at least 10 types of rules from it, and many of them were related to killing. No wonder Shadowless said that this person could silently break through the defense of a level 5. This branch was very unusual. It was like a weapon that could change shape at will. Since he sensed the opponent's attributes, he naturally couldn't let the stalemate continue. Zi Chen's aura appeared. With a shout, the branch disappeared, and Zi Chen appeared in the forest. He disappeared again. He's so fast that it's almost impossible to defend against him. Shadowless, who was standing beside Zi Chen, said. Zi Chen didn't say anything. He looked around cautiously. At the same time, his spiritual senses also locked on the surroundings. He didn't find anything strange. He can merge with the ancient trees. It's impossible to detect him. The opponent's speed is too fast, and the activation time of the blade territory is too slow. Unless we open up the territory first, lure him in, and then activate it. What Shadowless said was a method, but it was obviously unrealistic. Since these silhouettes were so careful, they obviously weren't stupid and wouldn't fall for it so easily. Both sides couldn't let the stalemate continue. Zi Chen looked around. After finding nothing, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he attacked the ancient trees. The power of yin and yang gathered together easily, forming a blade that slashed at the ancient trees in front of him. During this time, the ancient trees put up a defense. However, it was useless. After refining the fruits, Zi Chen's combat power became extremely strong, and he easily destroyed them. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 ancient trees around him were all killed by Zi Chen. At the same time, he kept the ancient trees in his world. Next, the brood mother would refine the life force and leave the heart of the tree for him. More than 10 ancient trees were cut down, and an empty space appeared in the sky. The sun shone down from above. This was one of the few times Zi Chen saw the sun since he came here. At this moment, the sun shone on his face and it was warm. According to Shadowless, the silhouettes were already far away because there were no more trees nearby. Looking up at the blue sky, Zi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his hand and released a ray of energy. The power of yin and yang appeared, turning into a thunder lotus that flew toward the empty space in the sky. When the thunder lotus reached the sky, it came into contact with the barrier formed by the will of the forest. The two sides clashed. Boom! The thunder lotus exploded with a bang, and the power of yin and yang swept toward the barrier. Under the ravaging of this energy, cracks began to appear on the barrier. It really works. Seeing this, Zi Chen's face showed a hint of joy. Then another attack went against the sky. Bang! Chapter 2771. The barrier was broken, and sunlight shone down smoothly, illuminating the forest. The will of the forest here became blank. Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he soared into the sky. At this moment, he stood above the forest and looked around. He saw an endless sea of trees. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. At the end of the sea of trees, he saw a green light. That green light was the only thing higher than the sea of trees. The green light flickered. It was obvious, but it was not clear. Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. He was a little surprised. If he guessed correctly, that direction should be where the ancient Tree King was. However, he could not see the ancient Tree King before. Why could he see it this time? Last time, Zi Chen kept moving forward and only found the ancient Tree King when he reached the end of the sea of trees. However, he was at least 108,000 miles away from the end of the sea of trees, where the ancient Tree King was. He did not expect to see the ancient Tree King. Could it be because of the will of the forest? After all, The will of the forest had disappeared when he went in last time. Zichen, come back quickly. Shadowless's voice came from below. Zichen looked down and saw the leaves in the distance start to extend in this direction, about to fill the gap. Once this gap was filled, the will of the forest would reappear. By then, he would not be able to go down. Zichen's figure flashed, and he returned to the forest. Shadowless said he retreated far away. Zichen nodded and smiled bitterly. I was thinking of breaking this will of the forest and then killing it. Previously, his idea was very simple. He would cut open a circle in the forest and leave a dozen or more ancient trees in the circle. The rest of the area would be empty. If the silhouette entered the circle, he would use his blade domain or his own world to trap the silhouette. Without the will of the forest, his world could be opened. Swallowing a dozen ancient trees would not be a problem. However, looking at the speed at which the ancient trees were extending, it seemed that this method would not work. Shadowless smiled. If you really do that, it will be a huge project. It will take a lot of effort and might not be effective. Zichen nodded. This was only his conjecture. Whether it would succeed or not, he actually wasn't sure. Although he has retreated, no one knows when he will catch up. Did you feel anything earlier? Shadowless walked over. His attack was very strong. It contained many attack rules. Most importantly, because of the environment here, his attack will be stronger. Within the range of the forest's will, the attacks of these light shadows were just like how Zichen used his saber after he activated his saber domain. What do you plan to do now? Shadowless asked. Zichen shook his head. The entire forest belonged to them, so there was nothing he could do. However, he still needed to break out of the situation, so he thought for a while and said, "Why don't we go to the edge?" This sea of trees seemed endless, but it wasn't really endless. Just like the ancient tree king at the other end, Zichen wanted to go to the end opposite the ancient tree king to take a look. Normally, the closer you are to the edge, the less dangerous it is. You don't have many fruits left. This is not good for your improvement, Shadowless said. Although Zichen had yet to encounter such a situation, this was the case according to common sense. Zichen had not seen how difficult it was to deal with the figures of light, but he had heard a lot from Shadowless. There were many of them, and they could not be killed. If they kept pestering him, he would be in big trouble. Now, one figure of light had retreated. Perhaps more would come. When that happened, Zichen would only be able to deal with them. He would not have the time to improve his strength. Other than retreating, he had a second option, which was to form an alliance with others. After all, there were many teams here. There were also God Generals teams. However, this option would not work for Zichen. He did not trust those God Generals. He could not be sure who was coming to kill him. Therefore, he had to leave even if he did not want to. Let's go. But before we go, let's collect some resources. The hearts of the ancient trees here were useful to him. The vitality of the ancient trees was useful to the brood mother. Now, it was relatively easy for Zichen to kill these ancient trees. Under the interaction of yin and yang, the ancient trees were cut down one by one. After that, Zichen put the cut ancient trees into his world for future cultivation. This time, Zichen did not deliberately choose a location. The more ancient trees he killed, the more empty the area would be. Even if the will of the forest could cover up the area again, he only needed to kill the few trees with the most luxuriant branches and leaves to create a large area. While Zichen was killing these ancient trees, Shadowless was on guard, not far away to see if the figures of light had returned. Those figures of light did not return. Instead, there were other humans here. They were God Generals of the God race. They must have heard the commotion here and came over. There was only one person. When he saw Zichen, he was very surprised. Why is there a level 3? He was stunned. However, when he saw the ancient trees that were cut down, his expression changed slightly. Although the opponent was only level 3, he was not weak to be able to kill so many ancient trees. Seeing this level 6, Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had an impression of this person. He was the first person to obtain the fruit. According to Shadowless, this person should be in another direction. He didn't expect to come here. Meeting in this strange place, everyone was on the god race's side. However, Zichen did not show any joy. Instead, he was cautious and retreated to the outer area. After retreating into the forest, he teleported away with Shadowless. During this time, the level 6 god general watched him and did not make a move. Not long after Zichen disappeared, footsteps were heard from behind. Another god race team had arrived. This time, there were quite a lot of people. There were 20 of them. 5 of them were level 6, while the rest were level 5. When they arrived, they saw the level 6 standing there. Obviously, they all had a deep impression of this person who had obtained the fruit first. Not for anything else, but for the gourd alone. Since they were on the same side, there was not much hostility between them. The level 6 leader looked at the other and said, "Are you here to chase after the figures of light?" The level 6 leader with the gourd did not answer. "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. My name is Kennedy. I was chased by the figures of light. Now, I'm here to chase after them," said Kennedy. "Roy, I was also ambushed by the figures of light," said Roy. "Those figures of light are very difficult to deal with. Are you alone, or are you with another team?" asked Kennedy. "I'm alone," said Roy. "Then let's form a team. There's more than one figure of light. They are silent and very difficult to deal with. We have more people, so we can be stronger." Now, everyone in this area has started to form teams. Kennedy looked at Roy and said. Roy did not immediately agree. He was somewhat hesitant. Kennedy looked at the roots in front of him that had obviously just lost their vitality and said, "You have friends." Roy shook his head and said, "I'm alone, but when I came here just now, I saw someone in front of me. When he saw me, he retreated vigilantly." "Oh, is he a god?" asked Kennedy. "No, he should be on our side. But it's strange that his level is very low," said Roy. Kennedy's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said, "The person you're talking about is only level 3, right? You know him?" Roy looked at him in confusion, and then he noticed that the expressions of the people behind Kennedy had changed. Kennedy said, "You were the first to get the fruit at the ancient Tree King's place, so you left early and did not see what happened next. Everyone used all kinds of methods to fight for the fruits. That level 3 guy you saw just now got dozens of fruits alone and then retreated." "What? He got dozens of fruits alone?" Roy's expression changed. "Yes, at least dozens of fruits, not including those that fell on the ground. Don't be fooled by his low level, but his methods are very strange. One of his defenses could withstand several attacks from the ancient Tree King without collapsing." Roy was very surprised when he heard that. He was already very lucky to get one fruit, but he did not expect that the other party got dozens of them. "Do you know which direction he went?" Kennedy asked again. The expressions of the people behind him changed. During this period of time, everyone had been looking for Zichen. After all, he had gotten dozens of fruits. In addition, Zichen's defensive methods were also very tempting. With level 3 strength, Zichen could get so many fruits. If they could use them, wouldn't they be able to resist the ancient Tree King's attacks? At that time, wouldn't they be able to pick so many fruits at will? Roy pointed at the direction Zichen left. At the same time, he also joined the group and chased after Zichen. During this time, Kennedy said, "If we can find him, it would be best if we can exchange for a fruit. Even if he has already refined it, we can still cooperate to go deeper." Roy nodded, very much in agreement with this idea. Zichen did not know that someone was chasing in his direction. Even if he knew, he would not care, because it was something that would happen sooner or later. Next, he kept moving forward, changing directions several times, and then he killed a large number of ancient trees and stored them in the world. Only when he had enough resources could he reach the outside world with peace of mind. The area of the world was infinite, and he killed the ancient trees very quickly. It only took him a few days to get enough resources, and then he chose to go to the outer area. Under the will of the forest, his teleportation distance was limited, but it did not affect him. He just needed to teleport a few more times. Chapter 2772. After coming to the outer region of the forest, Zi-Chen saw tall but withered ancient trees. Apart from a small number of withered leaves, most of the ancient trees had thick trunks and sparse branches. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground, and the bottom layer of leaves had already decayed. This was something that he had never seen before. This was because these ancient trees were all alive and would not have leaves falling. Not to mention fighting, it would be difficult for these ancient trees to even survive. Did they encounter a battle? As he continued walking, Zi-Chen saw some very short trees that had withered and died before they could even grow. After coming here, the will of the forest had become so weak that he could not sense it. He continued to walk and did not encounter any danger. In fact, he wondered if these ancient trees would attack him. This withered area was dozens of kilometers wide. Although Zi-Chen had some guesses about the situation in the periphery of the forest, and even believed that there shouldn't be too much danger here, he definitely didn't expect the situation to be like this. Not to mention great danger. There wouldn't even be any ordinary danger. Fortunately, he had brought many ancient trees with him, or else cultivating would have been a problem. Shadowless stood beside Zi-Chen. Seeing this scene, he also felt incredulous. Most of the ancient trees here have lost their life force. Did they encounter an enemy and fight? Even he couldn't explain the real reason. Even if it's an enemy, they shouldn't just devour life force, right? To the existences who came to this place, the vitality of the ancient trees was not very useful. What was truly useful was the tree heart. However, looking at these ancient trees, it seemed like none of them had their tree hearts taken away. All of them had their vitality greatly reduced. Or perhaps there's some kind of creature here that feeds on the ancient tree's life force? Shadowless said, this was very likely. After all, they had not seen a single native creature in this world. A creature that fed on the ancient tree's life force. Zi-Chen braced himself and was once again on guard against his surroundings. His immense spiritual senses swept out and probed the surroundings. But he didn't find any signs of life. This world was quiet, so quiet that there was not even a light breeze. The already weak will of the forest had completely disappeared. Zi-Chen flew into the sky and stood above the forest. He saw a large area of withered yellow. Under the sunlight, these withered ancient trees were like a huge golden wave that spread into the distance. It was also boundless. This discovery caused Zi-Chen to feel deeply puzzled. The ancient trees in the entire outer region were all withered and yellow. Could it be that there really was a creature that fed on the vitality of the ancient trees and slowly nibbled away at this forest from the outer region? This was very likely because this world was full of life and should not only have these ancient trees. He inadvertently looked back and saw the ancient tree king in front of him. It was clear yet blurry, as if it was at the end of his vision, but he could not see it clearly. Zi-Chen knew very well how far the ancient tree king's true body was from where he was currently standing. Even if he activated his world and chose to teleport, it would take him a long time to reach it. Such a long distance had long surpassed the range of what the eyes could see. He called Shadowless to come up and see what was going on. Shadowless flashed up and saw the withered ancient trees. He was also surprised. Look over there. Zi-Chen pointed at the ancient tree king. What? Shadowless looked at the direction Zi-Chen was pointing at. Other than the endless forest, there was nothing else. The ancient tree king is in front. Can't you see it? Zi-Chen asked in surprise. Shadowless looked back at Zi-Chen. Are you serious? Ever since Zi-Chen met Shadowless, Shadowless could see everything he could see. However, Zi-Chen might not be able to see what Shadowless could see. Zi-Chen nodded. There's a large green light in front. It looks like the ancient tree king we met. Shadowless shook his head. I can't see it. This was indeed the case. The ancient tree king was too far away from this place. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed impossible to see it. However, Zichen could see it. It did not mean that his eyesight was good. It only meant that everything was not normal. The only difference between him and Shadowless was that he had refined those fruits. The two landed again. Zichen frowned. It's either an illusion or because of the fruits. Shadowless smiled. It's obviously the latter. You know very well whether it's an illusion or not. Zichen nodded. He was very sure that what he saw was not an illusion. Shadowless said, Actually, there was something suspicious about what happened before. Why did the will of the forest suddenly disappear? What did the others discover that led them to go deeper and see the ancient tree king? The ancient tree here is very strong. It gave us a lot of trouble when we first met it. As the ancient tree king, it should be even more terrifying. However, it did not display its strength, or rather, it did not display its strength from the beginning, allowing us to obtain a lot of fruits. Those silent shadows only appeared after we obtained the fruits. Coincidentally, you were able to see the invisible ancient tree king after refining the fruits. Does that mean that the ancient tree king has some kind of reaction to the energy of its fruits? Is it because of this reaction that those shadows came to us? Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. You mean that all of this is a conspiracy? It's all a conspiracy of the ancient tree king. I can't be sure if it's a conspiracy or not, but it's not normal for you to be able to see the ancient tree king. Perhaps the ancient tree king can sense your existence through the will of the forest. Shadowless said, It's very simple to verify this point. Just wait here. If the shadows can chase us here, then it's naturally because you refine the fruits. Shadowless continued, Of course, we can't rule out other factors. For example, the disappearance of the will of the forest last time, and the ancient tree king did not appear strong at the beginning. Perhaps something happened to it, such as leveling up, or some other reason causing it to be weak. But no matter what the reason is, the appearance of those shadows should be incited by the ancient tree king. In order to verify Shadowless's guess, Zichen stayed in this area. He walked forward and was very close to those withered ancient trees. He did not encounter any attacks. He stopped beside a thick ancient tree. This ancient tree needed more than a dozen people to hug. Although it could not be compared to the ancient tree king, it was still much thicker than ordinary ancient trees. This tree was already on the verge of death. On the bare trunk, there were less than 6 branches, and on the branches were only a few yellowed leaves. He had already walked past this place and did not encounter any attacks, so he was extremely safe here. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of other creatures. Zichen stayed under this ancient tree. Shadowless was on guard. Zichen entered the world and continued to refine those fruits. The fruits could allow him to improve quickly and even allow him to break through, so he had to refine them first. The brood mother was in the depths of Zichen's world. Its size had become extremely large, and its realm had reached level 9. It was moving toward level 1. It used to be at the general level, so there was no bottleneck. Everything just needed to wait for the right conditions to allow it to level up. Although it would still be at the general level after leveling up and would not be of any help to Zichen now, if it was released to the outside world, it would show its true terrifying side. As long as it had enough time, it would create a general level army. Its scale would not be weaker than the general level broodmother that Zichen had taken down last time. Green light flashed on Zichen's clones. It was the remaining energy of the fruits. They were using this energy to comprehend the general level saber intent. This was the fastest way for Zichen to break through. He did not need to work hard to comprehend all kinds of rules. He only needed to comprehend the saber intent in the Saber Ancestor's tablet to promote the transformation of his soul and level up again. Because he had refined the fruits earlier, he had made some progress in comprehending the general-level saber intent. He was not far from fully comprehending it. Therefore, when Zi-Chun returned to his world, he did not try to control the yin and yang energy again. Instead, he went to the Saber Ancestors tablet and jointly comprehended the general-level saber intent with his clones. He closed his eyes, and a green light flashed on his body. A general-level saber intent appeared in Zi-Chen's mind. The general-level saber intent was very fast, and it carried an extremely strong power as it shuttled through his sea of soul. Zi-Chen's soul could only comprehend it through the aura left behind by the saber intent in the beginning, because it could not catch up with the saber intent at all. Now his spiritual senses could barely keep up with it, and he was constantly perceiving the changes in the saber intent. Although he had already comprehended 3 saber intents, as his realm increased, the difficulty of comprehending the saber intent also increased. The further he progressed, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. For Shadowless, time passed as he waited. During this time, he did not see any creatures approaching this place, nor did he see any light or shadow. Zi-Chen was still comprehending the general-level saber intent. At this time, his spiritual senses could already catch up with the saber intent and wrap around it. Buzz! The saber intent trembled, and a sharp saber light swept past. Zi-Chen's spiritual senses were instantly cut off, and a sharp pain came from his mind. Comprehending the saber intent was to constantly hone one's soul. During this period, one's soul would become stronger and stronger, and at some point, it would reach a critical point of transformation. Shadowless had been waiting nearby for a long time, but he did not see any light or shadow. He also did not guess that the creature he thought was devouring the vitality of the ancient trees. There was no danger here, so he tried to go deeper to see if there were any abnormalities. As he went deeper, he found that some of the lush ancient trees seemed to have withered at this moment. He did not see any abnormalities. The vitality of these ancient trees was flowing away on its own, which made Shadowless feel very incredulous. He continued to move forward and then found traces of humans. Some people had also arrived in the outside world. This discovery made him immediately retreat. No matter what the purpose of these people was, he had to inform Zi-Chen. As soon as he returned to Zi-Chen's world, he saw that new changes were taking place in Zi-Chen's world. A pressure that belonged to a 4th-level general was raging in this world. Chapter 2773. The aura of a level for Ancestral General surged in Zi-Chen's world. Zi-Chen's world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that came from outside the world flowed into this world, causing the world to become more stable and its laws to become stronger. Zi-Chen stood in the center of the world. 4 general-level sword intents circled around his body, indicating that he had reached level 4. This general-level battlefield was indeed a place that could train people. Under great pressure, Zi-Chen had advanced several levels in a very short time. If he was still in the realm of the gods, he might not even be able to reach level 2. Shadowless stood in the distance and looked at Zi-Chen. He nodded in satisfaction. In the depths of his world, the brood mother, who was refining the ancient tree, opened her eyes. When she saw the changes around her, she was extremely shocked. He's broken through again so quickly? What kind of speed is this? In addition to being shocked, she was also deeply grateful. The stronger Zi-Chen was, the safer she would be. She could also find more ancient tree life force similar to this one for her. Next to her were tree hearts, which were left for Zi-Chun to refine. The changes in the world had been going on for a long time. It would continue for a long time. Now that Zi-Chun had advanced to level 4, he could hide in his world again. Some level 5 god generals might not be able to sense the location of his world. In the eyes of some level 5 god generals, his world was no longer as conspicuous as a lighthouse. He finally had a way to hide. Of course, in the eyes of level 6 god generals, his world was still conspicuous. Zi Chen's face lit up with joy at the breakthrough in his strength. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Although the price for this pleasant surprise was that he had consumed more than 20 fruits. The increase in his level meant that his combat power had increased exponentially. Now that he was facing a level 5 god general, he believed that everything would become easier. Even if he encountered a level 6 god general, he would have the power to fight instead of running away whenever he saw one. Looking at the 4 general-level sword and tents circling around him, Zi Chen's face, which had been full of joy, revealed a hint of regret. What a pity! If only I was at level 5, I would be able to activate the general-level domain. 5 ancestral saber tablets could activate the saber domain. Although Zi Chen could now summon 8 ancestral saber tablets to fight, the foundation was the saber intent of 8 oracle saber tablets, not general level. Once he reached the 5th level, he would be able to control the 5 general level ancestral steels. Then, the general level domain he could display would become even more powerful. You're already very fast. Shadowless laughed when he heard Zi Chen's Shadowless. The general level broadsword will on Zi Chen's body was withdrawn. He still needed some time to allow the yin-yang energy in his body to advance. Shadowy figure is here. Shadowless god. Ah, look shadowed, sis. Trouble, Zi Chen let out a helpless sigh. How good would it be if there was an absolutely safe place? That way, I could continue to improve my realm. Shadowless smiled and said, if there really was a safe place, your cultivation speed wouldn't be so fast. Only when there was pressure would one's potential be truly stimulated. Once it was easy, it was almost impossible to advance quickly. Of course, if you were to comprehend the ancestral winged steel now, I believe that you would be able to improve quickly, but this is only limited to the true meaning of the divine envoy level. Zi Chen nodded. He understood this logic. Well, since they're here, let's go out and take a look. If they're enemies, we'll just eliminate them. If they're allies, I don't think I'll meet any allies here. He flashed out with Shadowless. The golden sunlight shone on his body. He had stayed here for a long time. He knew that this place was strange. It was always daytime. He had never seen night fall. Zi Chen turned his head to look at the thick ancient tree beside him and said, it's really hard to imagine how much life force this ancient tree, which is second only to the ancient tree king, had been sucked away to become like this. Did you find anything else recently? Shadowless said, I didn't see any other life forms, but I found some ancient trees losing life force. I couldn't sense anything strange. Oh, Zi Chen heard this and asked curiously, so they lost their life force from underground? Should be. Shadowless nodded. He suddenly thought of a problem and said, the experts killed by the light were all pulled underground by the ancient trees. At first, I didn't feel anything strange, but now that I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Those experts' bodies contained vast amounts of life force and energy. Were they all refined by the ancient trees nearby? Zi Chen looked at Shadowless. What did you think? Shadowless said, could it be that the corpses of those experts were taken away from the underground, for example, to the ancient tree king? It's so far away, can it be moved there? Zi Chen frowned. What if all the ancient tree roots are connected together? Shadowless looked at the ground and said, whether or not it's true, you'll know when you try. Zi Chen bent over and squatted on the ground. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the ground. In the next moment, streaks of energy flowed along his arm and gathered on the ground. Like tentacles, they entered the ground to investigate. Whoa. But just as the energy reached a few hundred meters, the ground shook slightly. A repulsive force came from underground and entered Zi Chen's palm. Streaks of energy surged on Zi Chen's palm and formed a wave of energy that swept in all directions, sweeping up large amounts of leaves. How is it? Shadowless looked at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin stood up and looked at Shadowless. There's something strange underground. It's like the will of the forest, but it's even stronger. It's like there's a dense net of laws covering the entire land. Looks like there really is something strange, Shadowless said. Then let's go outside. Zi-Chin nodded and changed direction with Shadowless. They walked past many places with withered trees. Zi-Chin reached out and sensed the abnormality in the ground. The repulsive force came and Zi-Chin pulled back his hand. They looked dead on the surface, but the roots still contain life. The situation here is the same as before. The two continued walking outside and saw many withered trees along the way. Zi-Chin tried again, but it was still the same. Then he used teleportation and finally reached the real outside. There were no trees here. It was empty as far as the eye could see, but this was also the end of the world. If they kept going forward, it would be endless space turbulence. Zi-Chin sensed again. This time, when the energy entered the ground, he didn't feel any repulsive force. The energy could move freely underground until it met an obstruction. Then he followed Shadowless for another 2 miles. Zi-Chin pointed at the ground and said, "There's something strange here." With that, he sent out a beam of energy. The energy entered the ground and exploded. Smoke and dust flew in all directions, and a pit that was dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground. Zi-Chin and Shadowless jumped into the hole. As they went down, they saw many tree roots that intertwined like snakes. They released light and kept wriggling. This is the end. If we keep going forward, we'll encounter a repulsive force. Zi-Chin pointed at the wriggling tree roots and said, "If I'm not wrong, the tree roots keep intertwining from here until they reach the ancient Tree King." Shadowless nodded. This was very likely. It seems that the life force of these ancient trees wasn't absorbed by other creatures. No creature can absorb the life force of these ancient trees in this situation. Zi-Chin said, "If it has the power, it doesn't need to absorb underground. It can just come up." Shadowless nodded again. He had guessed this possibility before. Then it was very clear that the life force of the ancient trees in the outer regions was flowing to other places through the roots, or rather, to the depths. At this moment, the two of them saw a sudden suction force coming from the wriggling roots. The spiritual energy in the deep pit quickly gathered towards the roots and turned into earth energy. Finally, it condensed into soil and gathered more and more on the roots. It's absorbing the familiar power of the earth. It wants to fill up the hole here. Zi-Chin was very surprised. The two of them stared at the deep pit for a while longer. Above the exposed tree roots, more and more earth attribute energy gathered. If this continued, the deep pit created by Zi-Chin would soon be filled up again. After discovering another secret of this forest, the two didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, their hearts became heavier. Not only was there the will of the forest in the sky, but there was also another law, net underground. It could gather the roots of the entire forest and even gather all the life force together. Under this situation, it would be very difficult to kill an existence. Zi-Chin suddenly said, "The life force here is disappearing so quickly. There must be a place that needs too much life force. Could it be that the roots of the ancient trees we killed before absorbed it?" Shadowless pondered. "Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. When we came out, we didn't find a single hole. This is abnormal." Zi-Chin said that must be the case. Although the ancient trees here are dead, their roots are still alive. When we killed those ancient trees, we only destroyed their life force and took away the trunks. We didn't dig out the roots. The life force here is disappearing so quickly. The roots must have absorbed the life force and grown new ancient trees. If they turned back now, they would know. However, neither Zi-Chin nor Shadowless chose to go back. Chapter 2774. The level 5 Celestial rushed toward Zi-Chin. His body was shrouded in light, releasing a powerful aura. In this strange world, in this strange and dangerous environment, all outsiders should stick together. In fact, everyone did the same. Whether it was the Celestials, or the battle spirits, they did not attack when they met. This was restraint. However, Zi-Chen was definitely not included in this group because he was only level 3. Everyone who saw him was like a hunter who saw his prey. They all wanted to kill him. This Celestial was the same. His body moved forward quickly. The light in his hand surged, and the energy turned into a solid long sword. The sword shone with a cold light as it slashed down. The long sword cut through the sky and reached Zi-Chen's head. Zi-Chen clenched his fist to meet it, and the light of yin and yang shone. With a loud bang, the sword light exploded, and the destructive energy wreaked havoc. The withered ancient trees around them snapped, and the withered leaves danced in the air, covering the sky. The level 5 Celestial retreated, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zi-Chen and said, "Level 4." Obviously, his opponent was no longer the level 3 he saw when he was snatching the fruit. Zi-Chen did not say anything. He took a step forward and disappeared. The extreme speed of a level 4 was like teleportation in the eyes of a level 5. He appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. Punch! The light of yin and yang shone again and shrouded his fist, releasing a destructive wave. Sensing the powerful energy in Zi-Chen's fist, the level 5 Celestial's expression changed slightly. The energy in his body became violent, and he also punched out. The fist went straight forward, and the space around it distorted. An ancient word appeared on the fist surrounded by energy, making the fist even more powerful. The two fists met, and a powerful shockwave spread out from the center of the two, forming an even more powerful and terrifying destructive force. This force was like a sharp blade, cutting down all the ancient trees around them. The endless leaves were also shattered in an instant. Zi-Chen stood in place and did not move. The level 5 Celestial opposite him coughed up blood and was sent flying. In a situation where there was a difference of 1 level, the level 5 Celestial dared to fight Zi-Chen head-on. Naturally, he would not have the upper hand. As his body flew backwards, a look of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect to be suppressed by absolute power. At this moment, Zi-Chen continued to charge forward and threw out another punch. The pupils of the 5th level Celestial shrank. He did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands to form a defensive barrier. After witnessing Zi-Chen's strength, he knew that it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, he chose to defend himself and wait for his companions to arrive. At this moment, within the range of Zi-Chen's spiritual sense, he had already sensed some auras fluctuating. There were other Tian clan-s approaching in this direction. His fist whistled as it landed, and the yin and yang forces on the surface of his fist erupted in an instant, forming a destructive wave that swept through the defenses of the level 5 Celestial. Boom! The level 5 Celestial's defense instantly exploded, and a terrifying destructive energy enveloped the opponent's body. The other party coughed up blood and was sent flying again. His face was filled with horror. If he had not experienced it himself, he would never have imagined that a mere level 4 Celestial would possess such terrifying combat power. At this moment, he saw a flash of light from the corner of his eye. Following that, a dangerous aura descended. His expression changed drastically, and he formed another seal with both hands. At the same time, his body emitted light, and his body quickly changed direction in midair. Poof! A cold blade flashed past his body in an instant, and one of the Tian clan's arms was cut off. Looking at the severed arm, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. As expected of a Black Order Celestial, his reaction was fast, and his speed was not slow. "Stop!" A loud shout came from behind, and a powerhouse was approaching. Zi-Chen's lips curled into a sneer. His figure flashed and disappeared again. Then an even sharper and faster blade light slashed through the body of the level 5 Celestial. This time, although the level 5 Celestial had put up a defense, he could not block the blade. Moreover, he did not have time to dodge, and his body was split into two. The power of yin and yang in the blade quickly rushed into the opponent's soul, extinguishing his life force. Whistling sounds could be heard, and other celestial clans came from afar. Zi-chan walked forward as if nothing had happened, and kept the spoils of war. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" It was the same voice from before, and it came from a level 5 Celestial. He quickly came in front of Zi-chan and looked at him angrily. Zi-chan looked at him and said indifferently, "He wants to kill me. Why should I stop?" The level 5 Celestial's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then the light flashed again, and other celestial clans arrived. Obviously, they had come here together. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all level 5 Celestials. Such a team was enough to protect themselves here. After they arrived, they surrounded Zi-chan. Of course, they were familiar with Zi-chan. The scene of him snatching the fruit was still vivid in everyone's mind. His defense had left a deep impression on them. They, who had refined the fruit, were very clear about its use. Naturally, they wanted more. "This is a dangerous place. We should help each other since we're here," said the level 5 Celestial. "Helping each other." Zi-chan looked at him with a smile on his face. The level 5 Celestial looked to his sides, and 2 Celestials immediately retreated into the distance. "That's right. We should help each other. Even if we belong to different forces, we should fight to the death in the outside world, not here," said the level 5 Celestial coldly. Zi-chan's gaze swept past the other level 5 Celestials, and he said indifferently, "But he wanted to kill me the moment he arrived. I don't see him wanting to help me." The level 5 Celestial frowned. He was dissatisfied with Zi-chan's answer. At this moment, the 2 Celestials who had left earlier returned. They shook their heads at the level 5 Celestial, and their eyes were cold. The level 5 Celestial nodded slightly, then looked at Zi-chan and said, "So you don't agree with what I said?" "It's not that I don't agree. I strongly disagree," said Zi-chan. "Then you can go to hell." The level 5 Celestial's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took the lead and rushed toward Zi-chan. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's kill him together!" Although they had seen with their own eyes that Su-mo had killed their comrade, they did not think that a mere level 4 Celestial would be able to do anything to them. Moreover, they had sent people to check the surroundings, but they did not see anyone else. It was obvious that Zi-chan was alone and had no companions. Zi-chan's smile turned into a cold sneer. His body shone brightly, and the yin and yang forces each occupied half of his body. The long saber that he had just put away fell again. "Go to hell!" A terrifying saber light slashed down. It was the level 5 Celestial who had spoken first. Zi-chan unsheathed his saber. The yin and yang energy on the saber flickered as it met the saber light. Whoosh! The saber light went against the heavens and easily cut through the saber light. It continued forward and landed on the level 5 Celestial. When he was at level 3, he could easily kill a level 5 Celestial, let alone now. The level 5 Celestial's defense was broken in an instant. A deep wound appeared on his abdomen, and glossy blood gushed out. Seeing that his saber did not kill the enemy, Zi-chan, who had quickly dodged the attack, shook his head and smiled. He said, "It seems that I have to be more serious." After he said that, thunder wings appeared on his back. There were a total of 12 wings, flashing with the light of thunder. After using the thunder wings, his speed was even faster. He cleverly passed through the attacks and arrived in front of the level 5 Celestial who had been injured and had a shocked expression on his face. Poof! The saber light flashed again. This time, in addition to the yin and yang energy, the saber light was surrounded by 3 general level saber intents. This time, The saber light cut through the level 5 celestial's body without any hesitation, splitting him into two. Whoosh! At the same time, his figure flickered again. A sharp net made entirely of rules cut through Zi-Chen's body. The afterimage left behind by Zi-Chen was instantly cut into dozens of regular squares. Seeing that his attack had failed, the level 5 celestial's expression changed. However, before he could launch a second attack, he saw a light appear beside him. The light turned into Zi-Chen's appearance. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the saber light coming toward him. This saber was not only powerful, but it also sealed off all his escape routes, forcing him to face it head-on. Poof! The saber light extinguished the level 5 celestial's attack, broke through his defense, and then cut open his body. The yin and yang energy contained in the saber exploded, destroying the level 5 celestial's life force, killing 2 people with 3 slashes. Such powerful combat strength made the other level 5 celestial's expressions change drastically. Obviously, they had underestimated their opponent's combat strength. However, it seemed that they could only use their most powerful techniques to kill him. These level 5 celestials displayed their most powerful techniques, one after another. In the sky, all kinds of powerful attacks appeared. However, to the current Zi-Chen, these attacks were no longer a threat to him. With the saber in his hand, he slashed down. The saber light was indomitable. It destroyed the attacks in front of it and killed the enemies behind it. 1 slash, 1 kill, one after another. After the 5th celestial was killed, the other celestials finally showed a look of horror on their faces. They turned and ran. As they ran, they also ran in different directions. Obviously, with Zi-Chen's strength, he could not split his attention to chase after everyone. There would always be someone who could escape alive. As for who would live and who would die, that would depend on luck. However, Zi-Chen did not chase after them. He just looked at them coldly. Beside him, his doppelganger walked out. A divine light flashed and disappeared. The divine light quickly chased after them. Its speed was much faster than those level 5 celestials. In an instant, it passed through their bodies one by one. These celestials who were running away fell one after another. The doppelganger walked forward to clean up the battlefield. Zi-Chen turned back and was surprised to see that the huge ancient tree beside him had only lost some of its trunk after the previous battle. Its roots were not broken. Looking around, the other ancient trees had long been broken. Your luck is not bad. Zi-Chen smiled. Chapter 2775. This voice suddenly came from the ancient tree in front of Zi-Chen. Hearing this voice, his expression changed. He gripped the long sword in his hand and said coldly, "Come out!" "Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions." The voice came from the ancient tree again. "If you have no ill intentions, then why are you hiding inside?" Zi-Chen's expression was cold. The yin-yang light on his body flashed. He did not notice that there was someone inside before. His doppelganger had already killed all the level 5 sky race. At this time, he did not continue to collect the spoils of war. He turned around and stared at the ancient tree. The through heaven god needle floated beside him. "I'm not hiding. I've always been here." The voice came from the ancient tree again. A ray of light appeared from within and turned into a blurry human face. "You've always been here?" Zi-Chen looked at the other, his expression becoming more and more cautious. "I'm the tree spirit of this place. I've always been here," the human face said. "I've killed many ancient trees. Why haven't I seen a tree spirit? What's your relationship with those moving shadows?" Zi-Chen asked coldly. He did not let down his guard. "You're talking about spirit shadows, right?" The human face said. "I'm different from them. I can't move." "Oh," Zi-Chen frowned. The shadows he encountered before all used the help of other ancient trees to quickly change. The other party could not move. However, it seemed to be the case. If the other party could move, they would not have shown themselves. They would have left on their own. There was no need to talk to him before. "What kind of existence are you?" Zichen asked. "I'm an unlucky loser," the human face said. Its voice seemed to be gloomy. "What do you mean?" Zichen asked, confused. "I'm a king who was born a failure," the human face continued. This ancient tree was abnormally huge. Although it could not be compared to the ancient tree king, it was still much bigger than a normal ancient tree. A king who was born a failure. The amount of information in this was too much. Shadowless put away the other corpses and returned to Zichen's world. Although he had broken through with a real body, he needed some time to adapt. "What do you mean?" "I was born different from other ancient trees. I have intelligence and know my future achievements. However, in this forest, there can only be one king. Therefore, I was discovered by them and then erased by them. My luck was pretty good. Even after I died, my intelligence didn't dissipate. I slowly condensed it again. After that, I've been hiding here, not daring to reveal myself." It looked at Zichen and said, "I know you've seen a king. You have the aura of a king." "Are you talking about the fruit's aura?" "I have refined the fruit of the ancient tree king," Zichen asked. "It's the fruit's aura. It can attract those spirit shadows. You came to the outer area because you encountered a spirit shadow, right?" The face said. Zichen said, "I don't know if they are spiritual shadows, but they can't be killed. We can teleport with the help of other ancient trees." The human face said, "That's the spirit shadow I was talking about. This space has been opened once before, so you all should have come from the outside world. Last time, the will of the forest disappeared, so I'm guessing that you all went to the king and obtained the fruit. That was the king's scheme. It was to let the light shadow find your location and kill you. The energy in your bodies is the king's greatest nourishment. It can help it advance." What it said was almost exactly the same as Zichen's guess. The only difference was that it didn't know that the king would advance. "Why are you telling me this?" Zichen looked at it. "I want to cooperate with you," the face said. "How?" Zichen asked. "I'll help you kill the spirit shadows. You help me kill the king and help me control this forest." "That doesn't seem to be meaningful to me, does it? As long as I clear a place, those spirit shadows won't be able to threaten me. As for the king, I don't plan to be enemies with it." Zichen said directly, "Even if you don't kill it, it will kill you. You won't be safe here. Most importantly, if the king doesn't die, you will never be able to leave here." The face said, "You've always been enemies. Even without me, you would still be enemies. As for those spirit shadows, they can't do anything to you. However, you might not know the value of a spirit shadow. If you kill it, it will turn into a fruit. Just like how your energy is useful to the king, the fruit of the king's energy is also useful to you." Zichen's expression changed. The face continued, "If you refine me, it will be of some help to you. However, because of your strength, the help will be minimal. If we cooperate, I can help you kill those spirit shadows. You will definitely gain more than refining me." "Is that why you chose to show yourself?" Zichen asked. "That's right. From the moment you arrived, I've been paying attention to you. This is my only chance because a new erasure is coming. Because of the loss of a large amount of life force, I'm not sure if I can avoid the threat this time, so I can only risk it." The face's words were very sincere and reasonable. This cooperation was a win-win situation for both sides. Whether or not the tree spirit existed, Zichen would eventually kill his way into the depths, kill the king, and take all the fruits. Now that he had an ally, it was naturally for the best. Moreover, this ally could help him kill the spirit shadows and obtain the fruits to cultivate. The reason why he could reach level 4 in such a short time was because of the 20 fruits. Zichen did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. "Before that, what do I need to do?" Since they had talked about the benefits, it was time to talk about what he needed to do. You need to protect me from being killed by the spirit shadows, the face said. I can only kill them one by one. If there are 2 spirit shadows, I can't do anything. If there are more, I will die. They are all formless. I can't catch them, Zichin said helplessly. If there is only one, that is true. However, I can deal with one. If there are too many of them, they will appear on their own. They won't hide in an ancient tree. The face said, as long as they show their true forms, I hope you can kill them. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He said, what do you think? He waved his hand. The 8 saber ancestors' tablets appeared and surrounded the bare ancient tree. Then, Zichen activated the saber domain. The face hidden in the ancient tree felt a strong pressure. What is this? It asked nervously. It's a technique of my domain. As long as you are in it, you will be trapped and unable to escape. Zichen said, however, it takes a long time to activate, and all 8 tablets must appear. In fact, the activation speed of the saber domain was not slow. It was easy to trap a human. However, the speed of the spirit shadows was close to teleportation, so it was much slower. That won't work, the tree spirit said. They are very vigilant. When they see that the situation is not good, they will immediately escape. Zichin said helplessly, then I have no other choice. If you can make them hide, I believe you can trap those spirit shadows, the tree spirit suggested. Hide. Zichan was stunned. There was the will of the forest here. Besides, he was not a formation master, so he did not know how to hide at all. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. The sun was shining. This was already the periphery. Where was the will of the forest? Let me try. Knowing his situation, Zichin said. Then he activated the world. One after another, the power of rules sprinkled down from it. The power of rules fell on the 8 tablets. The next moment, the space where the tablets were began to distort and then disappeared. After the 8 tablets disappeared, the saber domain activated by Zichin was naturally cancelled. He looked at the tree spirit and said, how is it? I can't sense their existence anymore. There should be no problem, the tree spirit said. The strong people who were still alive now knew about the existence of the spirit shadows. Moreover, these spirit shadows were silent and could not be killed at all. Therefore, they formed a group and headed to the periphery. During this time, the spirit shadows also followed, and their numbers increased. Just as the strong people began to form groups, they also began to move forward in groups. Their lethality was also stronger. Zichan waited outside while Shadowless went out to investigate. Although he had formed an alliance with the tree spirit, Zichin still had some worries in his heart. What if he met other people? Just like the divine ones before, he was now in high demand in the eyes of others. Anyone who saw him wanted to get close to him. What made him feel slightly relieved was that the will of the forest was finally gone. His world could also be fully displayed. This was also his biggest reliance. Time passed. Shadowless returned and told him that many strong people had come outside. Soon, someone would be able to reach his direction. He could not abandon the tree spirit, so he could only deal with it. Fortunately, Shadowless told him another piece of good news. There were already spirit shadows nearby, and they should be here soon. Chen sat cross-legged beside the withered ancient tree, refining the tree heart. Shadowless was on guard beside him. As for the tree spirit, it had already hidden itself again. A spirit shadow appeared in the distance. It appeared from the withered ancient tree, and saw Zichin at a glance. It disappeared in front of him, and then appeared behind Zichin. At this moment, the tree spirit appeared on the tree trunk. On one of the tree trunks, 2 human faces appeared. The human face that belonged to the spirit shadow was trembling at this moment. At Shadowless's reminder, Zichin opened his eyes. He stood up and looked behind him. Finally, he saw the so-called spirit shadow. The spirit shadow was fighting against the tree spirit and seemed to be in pain. Chapter 2776. Zi-chun was startled by the sudden arrival of night, and he raised his head to look at the sky. Above his head, it was not the dark clouds that covered the sun, but the real night. The original sun had disappeared, and the moonlight and starlight shone down. How could this be? Zi-chen's expression changed. Obviously, this was extremely abnormal. The battle between the tree spirit and the spirit shadow continued. Zi-chen did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the tree spirit at this moment seemed to have become stronger. The spirit shadow's expression became even more distorted. Finally, it let out a scream and completely disappeared from the ancient tree. In the deepest part of the forest, the ancient tree king opened its eyes. It looked into the distance as if it had seen the outermost periphery and everything that was happening there. Finally, I can't hold back anymore. A low voice came from the ancient tree king's body. Then its body shook and more fruits fell from above. These fruits emitted a bright light, and after they fell, they turned into spirit shadows. Go, kill all the tree spirits. The spirit shadows flashed and disappeared. Then they teleported to the outside world with the help of the ancient tree. The ancient tree king closed its eyes again. The moment it closed its eyes, the will of the forest disappeared again. At the same time, a huge light shield appeared out of thin air, isolating it from the world. The clear sky turned into night at this moment. The moon and Xing-chin appeared in the sky. Day turned into night. The tree spirit in front of Zi-chin had the upper hand. A fruit emitting a green light appeared in front of him and flew toward him. He reached out and caught it. Using his spiritual sense, he found that it was the same as the fruit he had refined before. The tree spirit looked at the dark sky and murmured, "It's dark." Zi-chin nodded. "It's been a long time since I saw a night like this. It's like an illusion." The tree spirit spoke again. There was joy in its voice, but also some panic and uneasiness. "What's going on?" Zi-chin asked. "This situation indicates that the king has fallen into a deep sleep and has no time to manage this forest." The tree spirit said, "Without the king's will, everything will return to normal. At this time, I can also increase my spiritual power and control the surrounding ancient trees." "Isn't that a good thing?" "While it's asleep, you can take its place," Zi-chin said. "This is indeed a rare opportunity, but at the same time it also means danger." There was worry in the human face's voice. "What danger?" Zi-chen asked in confusion. "As the forest expands, the tree spirits will continue to appear. All these years, who knew how many more tree spirits had been hiding in the dark? After the king's will disappears, these tree spirits will appear." Hearing this, Zi-chen's expression changed slightly. "You mean you're not the only tree spirit here?" "That's right. There are other tree spirits here. Some of them are strong, while others are weak. When the king is asleep, it's the time for everyone to grow without worry. However, there will always be some aggressive tree spirits who want to devour other tree spirits to grow faster and eventually reach the level where they can contend against kings. Aren't tree spirits immobile? How do they devour each other?" Zi-chin asked, puzzled. The tree spirit said, "After the king is asleep, it won't monitor the spirit shadows. The spirit shadows will only act according to its orders before it goes into hibernation. But without the king's will, our wills are the strongest. After controlling the spirit trees nearby, we can use them to control the spirit shadows." "You mean the other tree spirits will control other spirit shadows to attack you?" Zi-chen was very surprised. He didn't expect the tree spirits to have such a method. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But this time it's a little different. Because of your arrival, they might use these spirit shadows to trade. "You mean the other tree spirits will choose to cooperate with others and let them steal the other tree spirits?" "That's right. This is what I'm most worried about. In fact, As long as we tree spirits work together, we can fight against the king. Because if we want to be strong, we first need to have spirit trees that we can control. But they don't think so. They always think that by devouring other tree spirits, they can fight against the king. In the years when I awaken my memory, I don't know how many similar situations I've seen. After killing each other, the strongest tree spirit will appear, but it can't do anything to the king. They think they are strong, but in the end, they will be destroyed when the king wakes up. There was too much helplessness in the tree spirit's voice. Zichen said, "Since we can't escape the fate of being devoured, then we can only devour them. Let's wait and see. Maybe this time will be different." The tree spirit said, "Now we need to find a way to attract more spirit shadows." "Can we?" Zichen asked. If it was before, it would be very dangerous. But now that the king has fallen into hibernation and won't supervise this place, there won't be any problems. The tree spirit seemed very confident. Then, the tree spirit let Zichen continue to sit cross-legged. The tree spirit was sitting on released a light. This light spread into the distance, as if it contained a strange attraction. The spirit shadows nearby all turned their heads and looked in this direction. Then they quickly moved in this direction. When they arrived, they immediately saw Zichen sitting cross-legged. Coldness flashed in their eyes. However, there was only one ancient tree in front of them. It could only accommodate one spirit shadow. The spirit shadows that appeared in the surroundings didn't immediately rush up. The light emitted by the tree spirit became more and more intense. Within this light, there was a strong pressure. This pressure was very similar to the pressure of a king. In addition, there was a trace of a king's will in this pressure. Even though these spirit shadows knew exactly where their king was, their emotions were still affected by this king's aura and command. Shadowless stood there and saw many spirit shadows. These spirit shadows were obviously not in the right state. In their cold eyes, there was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness. Their bodies moved quickly as they approached the ancient trees, and the human faces that appeared had some changes of emotions. Shadowless had heard the deal between the tree spirit and Zichen. Now that he saw the state of these spirit shadows, he also felt that the tree spirit was not ordinary. The spirit shadows that were constantly flashing had orders in their minds. They couldn't tell if it was the king's voice or not. Finally, they didn't try to resist and rushed forward. Their shape made it so that they could only appear on one ancient tree. Therefore, after the first spirit shadow occupied the ancient tree behind Zichen, the other spirit shadows appeared one after another and appeared around Zichen. After they appeared, green light flashed in their hands. The green light turned into daggers and silently stabbed at Zichen in front of them. "Zichen, do it!" Before the tree spirit gave the order, Shadowless, who was watching this scene from the side, shouted, "Buzz!" Zichen removed the hidden rules around him, and the 8 saber ancestors' steels appeared. Such a change stunned the spirit shadows. They stopped attacking and turned their heads to look behind them. The saber domain was quickly activated and formed a light shield, trapping all the spirit shadows in it. Zichen opened his eyes and finally saw the true faces of these spirit shadows. They were like humans. Their bodies shone with green light, but their faces couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, after being trapped by the domain, they looked a little anxious and lost. "Kill them." At this moment, the tree spirit appeared from the tree trunk and trapped the previous spirit shadow in it. During this time, the 2 faces kept changing as if they were fighting. After seeing tree spirit, the spirit shadows, who were still at a loss before, revealed a cold, killing intent in their eyes. They all charged towards tree spirit. As for Zichen, they abandoned him. Whoosh! In Zichen's hand, the long saber was unsheathed and the saber light flashed. Inside this domain, his long saber's power was increased, and its speed was also faster. In addition, these spirit shadows didn't attack him at all, nor did they pay attention to him. This made his attack more like a sneak attack. The saber light flashed in front of him in an instant, and 3 spirit shadows were cut open. After being cut open, their bodies turned into light spots and dissipated. At the same time, a bright light appeared in front of him. In the light, there was a fruit. Whoosh! 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 The saber light in Zi-Chen's hand kept flashing, cutting open the bodies of the spirit shadows one after another. In this saber domain, he killed these spirit shadows that revealed their true bodies. It was a complete massacre. During this time, he was worried that the tree spirit wouldn't be able to withstand the siege for a long time, so he attacked even faster. In the blink of an eye, all the spirit shadows were killed. In this saber domain, there were more than 10 fruits floating. Zi-Chen went forward and collected these fruits one by one. Compared to last time, this harvest was not only faster, but the risk was also lower. In the tree trunk, the tree spirit also had the upper hand and suppressed the spirit shadow. After a while, a fruit floated out from the tree trunk. Zi-Chen took the fruit and said, "Don't you need to control some spirit shadows to defend yourself?" The tree spirit shook its head and said, "No, since I've chosen to cooperate, I'll help you wholeheartedly. This is my only chance. If I can't succeed, I can only die." This absolute trust made Zi-Chen feel pressured. He had only known the tree spirit for a day. Moreover, he didn't even know the tree spirit's name. "My name is Zi-Chen," said Zi-Chen. "My name is—" "Jono," said the tree spirit. "This is the name I gave myself. Most of the time I talk to myself. You're the first human I've met." Zi-Chen looked at Jono. "If you break this ancient tree, you'll die?" "If that happens, it'll be the time of death," said Jono. "That means you won't die yet, or you won't die immediately." "Without the protection of the spirit tree, I'm only a spirit body and have no attack power. Since the enemy can break my body, it'll be easy for them to devour my soul." Chapter 2777. Hearing Jono's words, Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. No matter what, I won't let you die." He had his own world. If there really was a crisis, he could just bring Jono's soul into it. Originally, he thought that Jono would die once he left the tree. "What do you need to do now?" Zi-Chen looked at Jono. Jono said, "It's rare for a king to be in a deep sleep. I need to use this time to strengthen myself. However, in this situation, my aura will be completely released. The nearby tree spirits might be able to sense my presence. Most importantly, those spirit shadows will come as well. I'll deal with all the problems. You need to strengthen yourself first," Zi-Chen said. "Okay." Jono, who was in the tree, nodded. Then his figure disappeared. The ancient tree he was in began to emit light. The light grew brighter and brighter. It contained an extremely strong vitality. Zi-Chen looked. With Shadowless as reminder, Zi-Chen looked down at the ground. He found that streaks of green energy were gathering towards the ground. Because this life force was so strong, there was a lot of life force that escaped wherever the green light passed. It seems that he's using the roots underground to connect to the nearby ancient trees. At this moment, within a radius of a few hundred feet, there was only this bare tree trunk. The other ancient trees had long withered. The remaining parts were also destroyed by the shock waves of the previous battle. However, their roots were still alive. When Jono's vitality reached these roots, these ancient trees began to absorb Jono's vitality and grew along with it. The nearby ancient trees began to germinate and grow. A series of changes happened under the naked eye. Zi-Chen, these spirit trees absorb my vitality. They are the continuation of my life and the foundation of my strength. I hope you can help me protect them. Jono's voice sounded from the tree trunk. At this moment, it was still bare. Zi-Chen nodded. The 8 saber ancestors' steel spread out in all directions, enveloping the 5 ancient trees that had absorbed Jono's vitality. Jono's vitality was flowing faster. The 5 ancient trees absorbed it faster. As they grew, their trunks became extremely thick. At the same time, the top branches and leaves extended into the distance. These branches and leaves swept over Zi-Chen's head. Zi-Chen felt an extremely weak consciousness. It already has a little bit of will. If we help it grow, it will become another king. Shadowless said beside him. Zi-Chen nodded. This should be considered as a king's cultivation. Don't worry about it. Show me what you can do. I can deal with all threats in a short time. Zi-Chen said. Jono did not respond. The 5 ancient trees grew faster. Seeing that they were about to become the towering ancient trees in the depths, Zi-Chen was very surprised. Not long after, the 5 ancient trees were completely formed. The leaves covered the sky and the earth. The consciousness was slightly stronger than before. At this time, the sky was still dark. Seeing the 5 ancient trees, Zi-Chen naturally understood the reason for the large number of ancient trees withered. It seemed that the ancient trees that they had killed before had all been revived. After the 5 ancient trees were formed, they opened their eyes. Obviously, they were the same as the ancient trees in the depths. Next, Zi-Chen did not see Jono increase his strength. Instead, he sent out more vitality. Zi-Chen asked in confusion, "Won't you be weaker by doing this?" Jono said helplessly, "There's no other way. The spirit trees nearby are all dead. There's no more vitality to devour. I can only slowly revive them." "Are you going to use vitality to revive all the ancient trees?" "There's no need for that. Actually, we can use these 5 spirit trees to absorb the vitality around us. However, the spirit trees here are all withered. There's not much vitality, so the effect will be very slow." Jono said, "Because of the structure here, this method of growth will be slower. This is also why the other tree spirits mostly choose to devour each other. If one is strong enough, the consciousness displayed will be stronger. It can also extend further and increase the speed of growth." Zi-Chen nodded. It seemed that he could not help with this kind of thing. He could only protect. Not long after, the sky brightened and the sun shone down. Without the will of a king, this place returned to normal. There was day and night. The energy of heaven and earth from all directions was absorbed by Jono to strengthen himself. At the same time, the 5 ancient trees were also absorbing this vitality. The vitality they absorbed gathered towards Jono through the roots. "You can absorb the energy of heaven and earth from the outside world?" Zi-Chen asked curiously. "Originally, with the will of a king, if I absorb the energy of heaven and earth like this, I will be discovered. But now that the king is asleep, there's naturally no problem. This is the normal growth state of all the tree spirits." Hearing Jono's words and feeling the surging vitality contained in the energy of heaven and earth, Zi-Chen's heart suddenly moved. He said, "Can you absorb all vitality?" Jono did not understand what Zi-Chen meant. Zi-Chen opened his world. A surge of vitality fell from above. It was like a cloud and fell on Jono's body. Jono's tree body was immediately enveloped by this energy. As the cloud and mist spread, a powerful suction force came from his body and began to absorb this vitality. "What is this thing that contains such pure vitality?" Jono's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. The vitality contained in the cloud and mist was absorbed. Zi-Chen saw some green leaves growing on the tree body in front of him. "How is it?" Zi-Chen asked. "The vitality contained in this energy is very pure. It's even purer than the vitality of the spirit trees. Do you still have this kind of energy?" Jono asked. His voice was somewhat nervous and filled with apprehension. "I still have a lot. Since it's useful, I'll give it all to you." Zi-Chen opened his world again. even more surging vitality fell. This energy not only enveloped Jono, but also the 5 ancient trees. The vitality absorbed by these ancient trees would also be fed back to Jono. This surging vitality did not come from the ancient trees that Zichen had slain. Instead, it came from the giant mountain peak in the training ground that he and Yi Qian had gone to a long time ago. That mountain peak was formed completely from pure energy. After it was shattered, it would turn into a body of energy. Back then, no one was able to refine the energy. Zichen had also absorbed that energy into his world. It was also during that training that his clone had obtained the heavenly god needle. His world could actually absorb the energy, but it needed the laws to break it down. It was a little slow, so Zichen had put this matter aside and isolated it all in an independent space. It was only now that he thought about it. What he did not expect was that this vitality would actually be useful to Jono. The energy continued to fall. Jono's body began to grow. The withered tree body began to transform and grow. It did not take long for it to surpass the 5 ancient trees, and it was still growing. As Jono grew, Zichen could feel that the will in the surroundings was becoming more and more intense. Originally, Jono was not sure whether he would succeed this time. However, as his aura continued to grow, his confidence grew. Its branches and leaves began to expand, shrouding the distance. Wherever its shadow fell, it was within the range of its will. Within this range, all the ancient trees were under its control. Of course, there were no other ancient trees in this range except for the 5 ancient trees. However, the roots underground were under its control. It controlled those roots to absorb vitality from afar, just like how all the ancient trees had absorbed vitality from the periphery to fill the central area under the king's will. The ancient trees in the periphery began to absorb vitality from other ancient trees through their roots. The withered ancient trees began to grow again, turning into towering ancient trees one after another. Such a change in the forest might not cause any abnormal fluctuations to humans, but to the spirit shadows, the energy fluctuations were too great. They sensed the existence of the tree spirits and immediately rushed in their direction. They were still carrying out the king's order to kill all the tree spirits. Zichen raised his head and looked up. There, Jono's branches and leaves continued to extend. The range was also getting wider and wider. It was originally a few hundred feet. Now it had expanded to 1,000 feet, and it was still expanding. The world gap that was originally above had now shifted to the bottom because of Jono's change and the appearance of its will. It formed a huge black hole, and vitality constantly gushed out from the black hole. The vitality that gushed out was firmly locked down by the nearby ancient trees under the will of the forest. There was no way for it to escape. Jono's expanded range had already reached 2,000 feet. Under its shadow, all the withered ancient trees were now glowing with vitality and constantly growing. If Zichen flew into the air, he would see that outside of Jono's will, the vitality of the ancient trees was constantly flowing away. However, within the range of its will, there was a surge of vitality. 3,000 feet. Jono's speed of absorbing this spiritual energy became faster and faster. Zichen had no use for this energy, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy if he could help Jono. When it had grown to 3,500 feet, the energy in Zichen's world had been completely used up. "Sorry, it's gone," he said apologetically. "It's enough. Now that the will has spread so far, all the spirit trees here are under my control. I can already grow on my own." Jono seemed very excited. At this moment, it was slightly startled. Then it laughed. "It seems that we caused too much of a commotion and attracted many spirit shadows. However, this time, there's no need for Zichen to do anything. I can deal with these spirit shadows." Chapter 2778. Those lights were all spirit shadows. They were attracted by the tree spirits' aura released by Jono. They were not intelligent creatures and did not know how powerful Jonah was at the moment. Everything was done according to the ancient Tree King's orders before it went into hibernation. They quickly arrived at the area under Jonah's control. After their figures landed here, Jonah's will restricted their movements. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to retreat after sensing danger. However, without the will of the king, they did not retreat. In the next moment, Jonah released his aura, and a powerful will enveloped them. All of the spirit shadows appeared on the ancient trees as if they were frozen. They were completely frozen and did not move at all. Then, a second face appeared on the ancient trees. These faces were all the same. They were all Jonah's avatars. When they appeared, they fought with the spirit shadows. Under Jonah's will, this battle was completely one-sided. Soon, the faces of the spirit shadows disappeared. One fruit after another appeared from the ancient trees and flew toward Zichin. This time, there were close to 20 fruits, including the ones he had obtained before. There were more than 30 fruits in total. Zichin put away these fruits. Just as Jonah said before, this was a win-win situation. He only contributed some energy that he could not use and received dozens of fruits. He might be able to get more in the future. Why not? When the sun set within thousands of feet of Jonah, all of the ancient trees had reached the standard of deep and could attack on their own. Night fell, and the part of the tree trunk that Jonah extended out completely retracted. According to what it said, its will had already spread out, so it didn't need to extend its branches and leaves anymore. Jonah had stabilized. Even if he faced danger, he would have the power to protect himself. Zichin sat cross-legged under the ancient tree that Jonah had transformed into and began to refine the fruits. To him, there was nothing in this world that could increase his cultivation speed more quickly than a fruit. Shadowless walked out again and went to investigate. 10,000 miles away, there was a team of nearly 20 people. They were all from the god clan of the god world. At this moment, they were all standing around a thick and withered ancient tree. Their figures disappeared one after another, hiding in the dark. After their figures disappeared, the ancient tree began to emit light, and then a human face appeared. When the face appeared, a strange fluctuation spread out. Not long after, more and more light shadows appeared in the distance. Those light shadows were using the ancient trees to teleport closer. These silhouettes were the spirit shadows that came from the depths. They quickly came over, and when they got close, they revealed their bodies and attacked the face in the ancient tree. At this time, the sky trembled, and a huge gourd appeared out of thin air. The gourd hung upside down, and a curtain of light fell from the mouth of the gourd, trapping all the spirit shadows around the ancient tree. Immediately afterward, the god clan members who were previously in hiding appeared one after another and charged toward these spirit clones. Puff! Puff! Divine light flickered and powerful attacks appeared one after another, slashing apart the bodies of the spiritual shadows one after another. In front of these god clan members, the spirit clones that revealed their true bodies could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, these spirit clones were all killed, and fruits that emitted green light floated in the sky one after another. Just as I thought. After the battle, these god clan members looked at the fruits floating in front of them with excitement on their faces. Now, you should believe me, right? The human face in the ancient tree said. The group of god clan members stepped forward and took the fruits. One of the level 6 immediately nodded and said, "We believe you. This time, we completely believe you. What should we do next?" The other god clan members nodded and looked at the human face that Tree Spirit had transformed into with anticipation. "Now, I need you to help me grow and completely control this forest," Tree Spirit said. "That's not a problem. I believe that with our protection, no one can hurt you," the level 6 gourd said. He was Roif, the first level, 6 to obtain the fruit back then. They came from the depths to the periphery, searching for Zichin, and wanted to make a deal with him. However, they did not find Zichin. Instead, they met Tree Spirit in front of them first, and they made a deal. Next, Tree Spirit began to expand. Its method of expansion was very similar to Jono's. It first revived the ancient trees nearby, then formed its own consciousness space and began to grow. However, because these god clan members did not have Zichen's energy, the Tree Spirit's growth speed was much slower than Jono's. However, the ancient trees near it were not completely dead, which simplified the process. Although its growth speed was still not comparable to Jono's, it was still not bad. In a very short time, Tree Spirit had grown 5 ancient trees, reaching the standards of the ancient trees in the depths. This shocked the god clan members, and they all exclaimed one after another. Next, Tree Spirit's consciousness began to expand, absorbing the vitality from the other tree roots to strengthen itself. One day later, Tree Spirit had grown a lot. Its consciousness continued to expand. Just as it was expanding, it suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. From this strange fluctuation, Tree Spirit sensed a familiar, yet dangerous aura. As a Tree Spirit knew very well what this aura meant and what danger it meant. While he was shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised. The Tree Spirit had just fallen asleep, and yet another Tree Spirit was growing rapidly, even faster than it. This was the fundamental reason for Tree Spirit's surprise. Tree Spirit was also pleasantly surprised. It wanted to devour the other Tree Spirit to strengthen itself even faster. After all, among Tree Spirits, nothing could grow faster than devouring. I sense the aura of another Tree Spirit. Which one of you will help me bring its soul back? Tree Spirit retracted its consciousness and looked at the god clan members. In which direction? Asked a level 6 god clan member. It was Kennedy. Due south, no more than 10,000 miles away. Send some people over, but be careful. You might encounter an ambush because it's slightly stronger than me. The Tree Spirit warned. Kennedy did not mind. He turned to a god clan member and said, Wilbur, you take a few people with you. When the divine general named Wilbur heard this, he was startled and asked, Only me? He looked ahead where 6 people stood. They were the level 6 gods in the team. Apart from the 6 of them, the others were all level 5, including himself. It's just bringing back the soul of a Tree Spirit. How difficult can it be? Just go and come back quickly. If you encounter any danger on the way, just send a message. We will go and support you, said Kennedy. Seeing that the other level 6 gods did not say anything, Wilbur nodded and called for more people. Altogether, there were 5 level 5 gods. The 5 of them rushed in the direction Tree Spirit had mentioned. After leaving Tree Spirit's range, one of the god clan members complained, There are 6 level 6 gods in the team. It's not a big deal to send one, is it? Another god clan member snorted and said, Isn't it because of the king fruit? We are all worried that we won't be able to get the next fruit after leaving. There were more than 20 people in the team, but they had less than 20 fruits. Even if they were to divide the fruits, it would not be enough for each person. Besides, they needed Roif's gourd to trap the spirits, so they had to get an extra one. Wilbur's people were the ones who did not get the fruits before. Now that they were assigned to a mission, they could not help but feel resentful. Aren't we going to kill the other Tree Spirit souls? Why don't we cooperate with the Tree Spirit? Said a level 5 god suddenly. Forget it. Didn't you hear what the Tree Spirit said? It wants to devour the other's soul. If we don't return, the others will come. The 5 of us are no match for them. Wilbur shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't say we should cooperate. We can try to trick it first, then gain its trust. As long as we get the first batch of fruits, we can kill it, said the level 5 god clan member. That's a good idea. Wilbur's eyes lit up. The other level 5 gods were also tempted. After making up their minds, they sped up. Because of the ancient trees, it would take a long time to reach 10,000 miles in the central area. However, in the outer area, the withered ancient trees had no attacking power. Naturally, there was no obstruction. Not long after, they arrived at the area under Qiao Nuo's control. When they saw the ancient trees from afar, the 5 rank 5s were shocked. The ancient trees here were luxuriant, and their branches and leaves covered the sky. If it were not for the other ancient trees behind them, they would have thought that they were in the inner area. Damn it, that tree spirit dared to trick us. Is this just a little stronger? Next to Wilbur, a level 5 god clan member cursed, as he looked at the ancient trees that covered the sky. Lower your voice, Wilbur reminded him. He looked ahead, and his expression became serious. Look, what is that? Just then, another god clan member pointed up. Everyone looked up and saw an even taller ancient tree. This ancient tree was much taller than the other ancient trees. It looked like the ancient tree king in the inner area. They could see it from afar. Could this be my goal? The other god clan members were shocked. They were only level 5 gods. Could they kill such a large number of tree spirits? Let's send the message. This is not something we can handle. Let's wait and see. Wilbur led the 4 of them to the side. He wanted to see the real situation of the tree spirit. Even now, he still had other ideas. For example, he wanted to cooperate with the tree spirit and get some fruits first. After going far away, he finally saw the tree spirit's body. It was indeed very thick and strong. It would be difficult to kill it. Just as he was hesitating whether to send the message or not, he suddenly saw a person sitting cross-legged under the tree spirit. Chapter 2779. When Wilbur first saw the figure, he only felt that it was familiar, but he didn't recognize him. He was curious as to why there was someone sitting cross-legged below Tree Spirit. Could it be that he was working with Tree Spirit? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly realized who this person was. His face was filled with disbelief. Just as he was about to remind the others, he saw that their expressions changed. They all recognized him. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief, excitement, and ecstasy in each other's eyes. They recognized Zichen from his back and knew that he was the target they had been looking for a long time. What should we do? Should we send a message back? A god general whispered. Are you an idiot? Wilbur looked back and stared at him. If we send a message back, will we still have anything to do with it? Could it be that you want to hand over the opportunity that belongs to us? He didn't get the fruit before, so he had some complaints. Now that he had the opportunity, he didn't think about them. But if we don't send a message back, it'll be hard for us to kill them, right? A god general said hesitantly. Them? Are you stupid? Who said we're going to attack? We need to use our brains. Do you understand? Wilbur's gaze swept across the faces of these people, and then he looked at Zichen in front of him. His eyes were full of excitement. He licked his lips and ordered in a low voice, Okay, now all of you shut up and watch me. The others nodded. Wilbur gestured for them to stand up and then purposely made a sound. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He turned around and saw 5 members of the god clan walking towards him. Right now, the 5 of them were all smiling. Wilbur, in particular, had a look of pleasant surprise on his face as he said, We've come so far and we've finally met an ally. Hello, friend. Zichen looked at him with a puzzled expression on his face. Next to Wilbur, Shadowless smiled faintly. They want to get close to you and then kill you. They're probably here for Tree Spirit. They're just part of a team. When they appeared, Shadowless had already noticed them and followed them all the way. During that time, Shadowless had also clearly heard their conversation. In this way, these guys had no secrets in front of Zichen. Zichen stopped Tree Spirit from killing them. He stood up and asked, Who are you? When he got up, he put away the fruit that he had just refined. The eyes of the 5 godly generals lit up when they saw the fruit. Don't misunderstand. We don't mean any harm. My name is Wilbur, and we're a 5-man team. We found many troublesome lights and shadows, so we came here from the depths. You too? Wilbur, who was in front of the 5, asked. Zichen didn't know how to respond, so he chose to remain silent. We don't mean any harm. We just want to form an alliance with you, Wilbur said again without stopping. Alliance. Zichen looked at them. This place is very dangerous, Wilbur said. Those silhouettes are soundless and traceless. Not only are they unkillable, but they are also very difficult to deal with. Once we form an alliance, we can take care of each other. No, I'm used to being alone, Zichen said and turned around. Wilbur's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zichen's back. If he wanted to kill him, now was the best time to do so. The other 4 all looked at him, waiting for him to signal something with his eyes. You're treating us like outsiders. We're all alone in the general level battlefield, but this place is different. If we form an alliance, we'll have a great advantage, Wilbur said. At this moment, he was even more convinced that Lin Huang had formed an alliance with Tree Spirit. You guys can go, Zichen said without looking back. We've seen you before. I think you're only at level 3. Your level is too low. It's better to form an alliance. Wilbur looked back at Tree Spirit and said, We're all at level 5. We're all black tokens in the outside world. Our combat power is extremely strong. You won't be at a disadvantage if you form a team with us. Moreover, as long as we form a team, the next person who walks out will also join our team. This way, our team will become stronger. At that time, we'll form an alliance to deal with the ancient Tree King in the depths. These words seemed to be directed at Zichen, but in fact they were meant for Tree Spirit. Unfortunately, Tree Spirit was not a fool. Naturally, it would not change its mind just because of a few words from Wilbur. Most importantly, it had seen Zichen fight before. It was too easy for him to kill a level 5. It didn't even care about these humans, so Zichen wouldn't even look them in the eye. How many people do you have in total? Zichen suddenly asked. What do you mean? Wilbur was stunned. Zichen turned around and looked at Wilbur. I gave you a total of 10 seconds to make a move. Unfortunately, you didn't take advantage of it. We're here to form an alliance. Why should we make a move? Wilbur was surprised. Zichen smiled faintly and looked at Shadowless beside him. Shadowless pointed in a direction. It was the direction the 5 of them came from. Zichen pursed his lips and said, You all came from that direction, right? How many people do you have in your team? Do you have 20? Wilbur's expression changed slightly. The expressions of the other 4 also changed slightly. However, they would not admit it. Maybe Wilbur was trying to trick them. Your Tree Spirit should have sensed its existence, right? Zichen pointed at Tree Spirit behind Wilbur and the other 4 and said, You're here for Tree Spirit's soul, right? But I'm confused. Why are there only 5 of you here? Attack! Wilbur no longer held any hope. His eyes flashed coldly. Divine light gushed out of his body as he punched towards Zichen in front of him. Beside him, the other 4 divine generals were already prepared. At this moment, they all took out their weapons and slashed towards Zichen. Zichen tapped his foot and quickly retreated. What are you angry? He did not make a move. He just looked at the 5 people in front of him calmly. The 5 of them came quickly. Behind them, streaks of green light appeared one after another, silently tailing them. Zichen could see these green lights, but could not sense them. The 5 in front of him also did not sense anything strange. Whoosh! 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 Before they could reach Zichen, they were entangled by the green lights and dragged towards Tree Spirit. Damn it! Wilbur saw this scene, and his expression changed greatly. He put 2 fingers on his sword, and a flash of sword chi appeared, cutting off the green lights that were entangling him. Puff! Puff! Beside him, the other 4 people also broke free from the green lights and stared coldly at Zichen. Chin saw this scene, and his expression did not change. He stood in the distance and did not intend to help. "Kill Tree Spirit first," Wilbur shouted. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. A flash of light shot up into the sky. That was his signal. "When our reinforcements arrive, you will all die," Wilbur said coldly. "Is there a level 6 in your reinforcements?" Chin asked. 6 in total, enough to kill you all." Wilbur's face showed a cold smile. "If you know what's good for you, before the reinforcements arrive, you can." He paused and raised his head to look up. He found that his communication signal had disappeared after flying into the dense foliage. He was stunned. "Didn't Tree Spirit tell you about the existence of tree spirits, Will?" Jono suddenly spoke. More green lights appeared from Jono's body. At the same time, many branches and leaves wrapped around the 5 people. The 5 god clan members were quickly drowned by the branches. During this time, divine lights kept emerging from the gaps between the branches. However, as time passed, the waves from the branches became weaker and finally disappeared. Obviously, the 5 level 5 god clan members had all been killed. The branches dragged their bodies back. They would become nutrients for Tree Spirit and be absorbed by Tree Spirit. After absorbing them, Tree Spirit would also grow a lot. "Looks like we've been discovered." After the battle, Chin walked over. Tree Spirit had already proven its strength. "I felt a wave of energy before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect them to come to us," Jono said. "According to them, there are other level 5 god clan members. I'm not afraid of them, but level 6 god clan members will be troublesome." Chin frowned slightly. "Don't worry. Even if they come, I have the will of this forest. I won't be afraid of them," Jono said. Chin shook his head and said, "We can't go on like this. If one group comes, there might be a second group. How about this? Before they get the news, I'll go and take a look. If there's a chance, I'll kill Tree Spirit. I believe that their cooperation is only based on benefits. They won't insist on revenge." "That's good. But will it be dangerous for you to go alone?" "It's safer if I go alone. Tell me, where is Tree Spirit that you sensed?" "It's 10,000 miles away." 10,000 miles in the outer region was nothing to Chin. Even if he deliberately suppressed his speed, he only needed to teleport twice and he would be able to reach it. In order to avoid too much energy waves, he teleported to 9,000 miles away and walked forward for the remaining 1,000 miles. During this period of time, Shadowless went ahead of Chin and went to the Tree Spirit's location to gather information. If there was a chance, Chin would kill Tree Spirit. Chapter 2780. There really are 6 level 6. That guy wasn't lying after all. Chin frowned. He had thought that Shadowless was exaggerating the numbers to scare him. He didn't expect him to be telling the truth. Not just 6 level 6. One of them is holding a gourd. "That's the one we saw before," said Shadowless. Chin still had a deep impression of that level 6. That gourd was no ordinary gourd. That would make things even more troublesome. "Do we have a chance?" asked Chin. "It'll be difficult." Shadowless shook his head. "They're all waiting for the Tree Spirit's fruit. If we can't approach them, then we'll have to intercept them halfway." 1C84. Chin teleported back to tell Jono the news. "If that's the case, why don't you let them in? I'll cooperate with the will of the forest and help you," Jono said. Chen declined Jono's offer. The will of the forest would affect not only the others, but also Chin. Chin chose to intercept them halfway. The path he chose was the one they had to pass. 10,000 miles was nothing for a level 5 divine champion. It would take him 2 days to go back and forth. However, when Wilbur and the others didn't return on the 3rd day, Kennedy sensed something was wrong. "They're still not back. Could something have happened to them?" asked Kennedy. If something had happened, they would have sent a message, said Roy. Roy said from the side. In the past 3 days, they had waited for a total of 2 batches of spirit shadows. He alone had obtained 4 fruits, which was quite a harvest. If nothing had happened, why haven't they returned yet? Are they still waiting over there? Asked a level 6. Kennedy's expression changed when he heard this. If they could find the tree spirit, why couldn't the others do the same? The others in the group also changed their expressions. If that was the case, they had to go and take a look. They might have gained a lot in the past 2 days. The tree spirit heard their conversation and opened its eyes. Humph, this is outrageous, Kennedy said with dissatisfaction. Fry, bring some people over to take a look. No matter what, you have to bring back the tree spirit soul. And Wilbur and the others, we must teach them a lesson. The level 6 named Fry stood up and said indifferently, disobeying the contract is the most shameless act. We can't let such a person go. You guys come with me. Fry picked 5 rank 5 divine generals and walked away. Kennedy looked at Tree Spirit and said, Don't worry. We always follow the spirit of the contract. The tree spirit manifested in the ancient tree looked at the others and found that everyone's faces were filled with righteous indignation. It nodded in satisfaction and disappeared again. Fry quickly led his men forward. At this moment, their expressions were extremely excited. That Wilbur sure has guts. He actually dared to scheme against us like this. Fry coldly snorted as they moved forward. Are we really going to kill Wilbur? A level 5 God General asked. There are only so many of us in this area. If we kill Wilbur, won't we lose even more people? Fry sneered. But even if we don't kill them, they will have to contribute their harvest. By the way, why didn't I think of this method in the first place? There are many tree spirits here. We can just find them one by one. After we get all the fruits, we can kill them and take their souls. Isn't that better? They flew at high speed and didn't encounter any attacks. Their speed was very fast. When they were about 3,000 miles away from Jono, Fry's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and signaled for them to stop. He looked down from the sky and saw a person sitting cross-legged under a withered ancient tree. It's him. The other level 5s also saw the person below. Some of them even recognized him, and their expressions changed. They looked at the level 6 God General. The level 6 God General's expression changed. In the end, he smiled and said, It seems that we are quite lucky. He waved his hand, and the 6 of them swooped down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flashed. The 5 of them immediately surrounded Zi-Chin, who was sitting cross-legged. Fry stood in front of him. Zi-Chin opened his eyes. When he saw the people around him, his expression changed immediately. He cried out involuntarily, What do you want to do? Fry smiled and said, It's very simple. Hand over the stone tablet. That's mine. Why should I give it to you? Zi-Chin said coldly. His face revealed a touch of anger. Because I am stronger than you. More importantly, because I can kill you at any time. Fry's eyes flashed with killing intent. If you don't want to hand it over, we can naturally get it after killing you. Zi-Chen's angry expression suddenly disappeared. He looked at Fry and said calmly, You don't have to be so direct. Fry frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The space around Zi-Chen twisted, and the Saber Ancestors' tablet appeared. The Saber Ancestors' tablet that appeared enveloped the 6 people around him. You. Fry's expression changed. He immediately retreated. Buzz. The Saber Ancestors' tablet trembled. Light flowed on its surface and stopped Fry from retreating. I have been waiting for you for 2 days, Zi-Chen said indifferently. Cold light flashed in his eyes. I wanted to give you a chance to live. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Kill him. Fry shouted. 5 level 5 divine generals rushed toward Zichin. Buzz! There was a tremor in the air. A divine light appeared quickly and circled around. Those level 5 divine generals who had just moved fell forward due to inertia. Sensing their vitality dissipating, Fry's expression changed. He looked at Zichin in disbelief. He had killed 5 level 5 divine generals in an instant. What kind of technique was this? Zichin looked at him and said coldly, "It's your turn now." "Go to hell." Fry's eyes flashed with killing intent. His body was surrounded by divine light. He rushed toward Zichin. As he rushed forward, he clenched his fist and punched. Violent divine light gathered on his fist, making this punch even more powerful. Zichin clenched his fist. The power of yin and yang surrounded his fist. He punched out as well. Boom! There was a strong shock wave. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Zichen's feet slid across the ground for dozens of meters. He only stopped when his back was against an ancient tree. The level 6 divine generals in front of him didn't have the upper hand. They kept retreating. He looked at Zichin in front of him with a face full of surprise. When he first saw him, he was only a level 3 divine generals. He didn't expect him to break through. However, when he thought about how he had obtained more than 20 fruits, it was normal for him to advance from level 3 to level 4. What really shocked him was that his opponent's combat strength was on par with his. Whoosh! Zichin, who was retreating, rushed forward again. The power of yin and yang surged crazily on his fist. It circled around his body and released a powerful aura. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. During this period of growth, other than the obvious improvement in his realm, Zichen's greatest improvement was the power of yin and yang. He could now control these 2 types of energy with ease. With the combination of hardness and gentleness, his power was even stronger. This was the main reason why he didn't lose when fighting against a level 6 divine generals who were 2 levels higher than him. Boom! There was another powerful shockwave. There was a roar and an even more terrifying energy ripple spread in all directions. The fallen leaves in the forest danced wildly. However, they couldn't fly out of the forest because they were blocked by the blade territory. They were shattered and turned into dust. The ancient tree behind Zichin was also broken by the energy shockwave. B68 it fell backward. Zichin used his extreme speed. His body kept flashing as he attacked the level 6 divine generals in a frenzy. Fry shouted repeatedly. During this time, the divine light that surged out of his body transformed into various attacks. Boom! There was another energy shockwave. Zichen's body retreated quickly. After stabilizing his body, he looked at the level 6 divine generals in front of him and said, "You're lucky to have met me today. Coincidentally, I've created a falling rock fist. I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The power of yin and yang shone on his fist again and gathered together. However, after that punch, Zichin quickly retracted his fist and threw out another punch. His speed was as fast as lightning. He threw out punch after punch into the void. Every time his fist landed in the void, there would be a yin-yang fist light the size of a fist. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of yin-yang fist lights. These fist lights whizzed toward Fry. Wherever they passed, the space was constantly distorted. This wasn't an advanced fist technique. It was just a fist light that was quickly released. It was equivalent to throwing out dozens of punches in an instant. This kind of attack technique was inferior. Its power was extremely limited. However, to Zichin, this kind of technique could best demonstrate the power of yin and yang. It could be said that the technique wasn't powerful. However, his own energy was powerful enough to make up for this. The fist lights whizzed toward him, releasing a powerful aura. Looking at these fist lights, Fry's expression gradually turned gloomy. He didn't expect to be entangled by a level 4 divine generals. He shouted loudly. The divine light on his body shone brightly. The divine light quickly turned into a giant bear surrounded by divine light. The giant bear protected Fry in the middle. The aura on its body was violent. It waved its bare paw and slapped forward. Wherever the bare paw passed, the fallen leaves in the forest danced wildly. The violent aura filled every space in the blade domain. The fist lights and the palm print collided. The powerful force collided, causing a violent explosion. The yin-yang fist lights couldn't withstand a single blow from the bare paw and exploded. However, after the explosion, it was time for them to display their strongest power. Amidst the continuous explosion, a destructive energy engulfed the giant bear. The energy continued to explode. Fry kept retreating. As he retreated from the violent energy engulfing him, the energy giant bear on the surface of his body collapsed with a loud bang. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured in this exchange. This was the true power of yin and yang. Zichen was still unable to fuse the two types of energy. If he could, his opponent would be destroyed in an instant. Again, Zichen shouted loudly. He clenched his fist and punched out again. It was still the same inferior combat technique as before. He relied on the power of yin and yang. Damn it! Fry wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. 5B4. Chapter 2781. What emerged from the vortex was a large bell surrounded by divine light. This was the divine bell of annihilation, but it was not an oracle-level battle skill. It was a general-level battle skill. The divine patterns on the divine bell shone brighter, and the aura it released was more powerful and ancient. In the oracle level, this technique could only display a trace of the will of the divine bell. At the divine general level, this technique had a prototype of the divine bell. It appeared directly in the blade domain, not outside the domain. Clang! The bell rang, and rays of divine light dissipated, forming a powerful wave. The divine bell fell from the sky, protecting Fry within. The yin and yang fist light landed on the divine bell and exploded. The roar continued, and the violent yin and yang power raged, shrouding the entire divine bell. Zichen stood in the distance, watching the scene indifferently. This was his most basic control of the yin and yang power. However, before coming here, it was almost impossible for him to control it like this. The vibrating yin and yang power dissipated, and a ray of divine light appeared. The divine bell that had withstood so many fist lights was unscathed. In the divine light, Fry stared coldly at Zichen in front of him, and his hand seals were formed again. Clang! The bell rang out once again, and an even more intense ripple spread out in all directions. Under this powerful wave, Zichen retreated directly. The fallen leaves in the forest danced wildly again and were shattered in midair. Buzz! This wave spread into the distance, colliding with the blade domain and causing ripples. Seeing that the powerful shock waves were unable to break through this defense, Fry's face revealed an obvious look of astonishment. He was a level 6 and a Black Order level 6. In the outside world, he could definitely fight a level 7. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mere level 4 here. Didn't this mean that in the outside world, Fong Ning could fight a level 7 above him? The divine bell rang again, and the wave it formed was even more powerful. However, no matter how the wave spread, it could not do anything to the blade domain. As for the destruction of the soul, it was obviously not enough to kill Zichen. Whoosh! 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 During this time, Zichen punched continuously. More yin and yang fist lights appeared and went forward. However, the power of the yin-yang fist light was not enough to break through the god clock's defense. Within the god clock, Fry coldly said, "It's useless. You can't break through my defense. If you continue to fight like this, you will be the one to die." "How do you know?" "Your level is lower than mine, and your consumption is greater than mine. Naturally, you'll be the one to die." Fry said, "You have the combat power of a rank 6. Why don't we work together? Cooperation." Zi-Chin looked at him. "That's right. Let's work together to find those tree spirits and get more fruits. After that, we'll kill those tree spirits. After we break through, we will go deeper and kill that ancient tree king." Fry said, "You have a strong defense. When the time comes, as long as we work together, we will naturally succeed." Zi-Chin looked at the other party and smiled coldly. "Your suggestion is good, but I'm sorry, I don't intend to cooperate with you." Fry's expression changed as he said, "If you don't cooperate, you can only die." "Is that so?" Zi-Chin said, "I still have a move that I haven't used yet. I'll let you see it today." As his voice fell, the light of energy on Zi-Chen's body surged. The left side of his body flickered with golden light, while the right side was surrounded by silver light. This was his yin and yang power. With a raise of his hand, he shot out one energy ball after another. These energy balls did not form an attack. Instead, they flew directly toward him. During this time, the left and right light balls were the same size. If one carefully sensed them, even the energy was the same. As they moved forward, the light balls on the left and right collided with each other. However, they did not explode. Instead, they kept twisting as if they were devouring each other. In the end, they turned into a palm-sized yin and yang lotus flower. These were all yin and yang thunder lotuses, but their size was much smaller. Under the control of Zi-Chen's spiritual sense, the light balls that were moving forward formed one thunder lotus after another. If the fist technique just now was only the most basic use of the yin and yang power, then the fist technique was also an unorthodox battle technique. However, the yin and yang thunder lotuses in front of him were already at the next level. Not only did this mean that his control of the yin and yang power had improved, but it also meant that the power of the yin and yang power formed by the yin and yang thunder lotuses was even more powerful. Fry's expression changed greatly when he saw these yin and yang lotuses moving forward. Boom! The yin and yang thunder lotuses arrived in front of the god clock and exploded. The energy waves formed by these exploding thunder lotuses were much more terrifying than the fist radiance from before. Zi-Chen stood in the distance as waves of energy swept up his robes. A wretched figure rushed out from the violent energy. It was the level 6 Fry. At this moment, his face was filled with fear as he looked at Zi-Chen in front of him in shock. "How is it?" Zi-Chen looked at him and smiled. However, that smile quickly turned cold. "Go to hell!" Fry roared and rushed toward Zi-Chen. As he moved forward, the divine light on his body surged again and then turned into a giant bear surrounded by divine light. The divine energy surrounding the giant bear was very terrifying. It was like a divine fire shining and exuding a tyrannical aura. Light flashed in Zi-Chen's hand as he unsheathed his long saber. He held the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. The yin and yang power in his body flowed into the saber through the hilt. At the same time, the 4 general-level saber intents that Zi-Chen had comprehended also gathered in the saber. The giant bear approached and slapped down with its paw. The sky suddenly darkened as boundless pressure enveloped him. Zi-Chen felt a strong sense of danger from this pressure. The divine light covered his body and even suppressed the yin and yang power around him. Fry's eyes revealed a hint of joy when he saw this. Zi-Chen unsheathed his saber. Swoosh! The saber flashed as the yin and yang power swirled around it. 4 general-level saber intents surrounded the saber. The boundless divine light was dispelled, and the yin and yang energy occupied half of the domain. The saber flashed forward like a waterfall. Without a sound, the divine palm separated from the middle. The saber flashed forward and slashed through the giant bear's body. It swept into the distance and did not stop until it reached the edge of the domain. Zi-Chin put away his saber and looked at Fry in front of him. Boom! The giant bear around Fry's body exploded with a loud bang. Divine blood spurted out of his mouth as he fell forward. However, he did not fall completely. He half knelt on the ground and slowly raised his head to stare at Zi-Chin. What technique is this? It's a technique that matches the domain. Zi-Chin responded, but his expression became extremely grave. At this moment, the seriously injured Fry gave him an even more dangerous feeling. Fry nodded in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a violent aura was released from his body. Divine light shrouded his body once again. As the divine light shrouded his body, it turned blood red, as if it was burning with raging flames. An extremely strong and dangerous aura appeared in Zi-Chen's mind. He gripped the long saber in his hand tightly and took a deep breath. The 8 saber ancestors' steels in the distance emerged from the domain. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent. Remember, my name is Fry. You can call me Divine General Fry. The blood-red divine light burning around Fry was constantly twisting and transforming. Once again, it turned into a giant blood-red bear. However, this time, the giant blood-red bear was very small in size, and its body was filled with violent power. There were barbs on its body as if it was born to fight. Boom! It stomped on the ground, and the earth shook as it flew toward Zi-Chin. The remaining leaves in the forest danced in the air. When they encountered the giant blood-red bear, they instantly exploded. Its speed was so fast that the flying leaves seemed to be frozen. It passed through the frozen leaves, leaving a circular hole behind it, and went straight toward Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin, who had sensed that something was wrong, had been on guard for a long time. The 8 saber ancestors' steels that appeared each showed a saber will. These saber wills were all at the divine envoy level. One saber was not powerful, and even 8 saber wills together were not powerful. However, in the saber domain, the 8 saber wills, stimulated by the saber ancestors' steels, had a great increase in power. The 8 saber wills fell from the sky and landed on Zi-Chen's saber. During this period, the giant blood-red bear rushed forward with a strong momentum, so the saber wills did not fall so smoothly. Fortunately, this was the saber domain, and the saber wills fell on the saber smoothly. Zi-Chen's body shone with the light of yin and yang as he unsheathed his saber. Buzz! The void trembled, and the entire saber domain began to tremble. A strong aura emerged from the saber. A waterfall-like saber light flickered with the power of yin and yang. Together with the 8 saber wills of the domain, it chopped towards the giant blood-red bear. The saber light clashed with the giant bear, and a strong force spread out. The entire domain started to tremble, and the force kept surging. Boom! Amidst the raging energy, Zi-Chen's body flew backward and smashed into the domain barrier in the distance. Pooh! Xiao Chen directly coughed out blood, and his aura weakened. The power of yin and yang in his body burned with a scarlet flame. The energy in Xiao Chen's body was ignited. The giant blood-red bear in front of Xiao Chen was still strong. However, its aura was no longer as berserk. Boom! There was another loud sound, and the giant blood-red bear exploded. Xiao Chen, who was in the middle, also vomited blood, his complexion turning extremely pale. Xiao Chen could no longer stand, so he knelt on one knee again. Zi-Chen staggered to his feet. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "A rank 6 divine general is indeed strong." Xiao Chen looked at Zi-Chen without saying anything. He was severely injured, and it would be difficult for him to speak. Zi-Chen changed the topic and said, "However, this is my home ground, so I'm sorry, but you should leave." Chen's leave naturally meant leaving forever. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and he wanted to make a final struggle. A waterfall-like saber light appeared in front of him and chopped his neck. Pooh! Chapter 2782. A General Level 6 had died in Chen's blade domain. He had paid a high price to kill a General Level 6 as a Level 4. Sure enough, none of the people who came here were weak. If it weren't for the blade domain, he wouldn't have been a match for the General Level 6, even though he was a heaven-defying warrior. After cleaning up the battlefield and putting away the blade domain, Chen teleported back. He came to the tree where Jono was. Jono opened his eyes and looked at Chen. "Are you hurt?" "I just killed a General Level 6, said Chen. "I'll give you some life force to heal," said Jono. His body flashed with a green light, which was the life force. Chen waved his hand and said no need. "I'll recover soon." He had the world. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he didn't have to worry about recovery. Chen sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. After killing Divine General Fry, Chen believed that he should have a few days to rest, or even longer. So far, no one knew that he had killed all the people. One day later, Chen's injuries were healed. He continued to refine the fruits. After the previous battle, although he could kill a General Level 6, he had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he could only kill one General Level 6. If 2 General Level 6 came, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. His top priority now was to break through again. As long as he reached Level 5, he would be able to activate the blade domain again. This time he would be able to mobilize the General Level blade intent. His combat strength would be greatly improved. Chen didn't know what Level 5 meant to others, but for him, it meant a transformation. 3 more days passed. General Fry still hadn't returned. Kennedy and the others didn't urge him, but they would deliberately talk to him. Did something happen? Tree Spirit opened his eyes again and looked at Kennedy. He was very upset. He had paid a lot of fruits, but these humans didn't get what he deserved. Or rather, they didn't give him anything in return. Kennedy frowned and said, "Fry is at the 6th level. There shouldn't be many who can kill him here. If nothing happened, why haven't you returned for 3 days?" Tree Spirit asked in a cold voice. "Can you still feel the presence of the Tree Spirit?" Kennedy asked. "Yes," said Tree Spirit. "Are you any weaker?" Kennedy asked again. "No, on the contrary, he has become even stronger." Kennedy frowned and turned to look at the others. Originally, there were a total of 21 people in his team. Now, there were only 11 left. Among them, there were 5 who were at Level 6. He looked at one of the Level 6 experts and said, "Ness, go and see what's going on." Ness nodded. As a Level 6 warrior, he keenly sensed the change in Kennedy's eyes and understood what he meant. He got up and left. Schwa. His speed was extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This meant that he was in a hurry. Tree Spirit was quite satisfied with this. The next step was to wait patiently. Chen, someone else is here. Chen, who was refining the fruit, heard Shadowless's voice. He immediately opened his eyes and asked, "Where?" "It's a Level 6 warrior. He's about 500 miles away from here. Let's go." Chen's figure flashed and teleported away. He appeared in the Level 6. B68, he continued to sit cross-legged and refine the fruit, waiting for his prey to take the bait. As a Level 6 warrior, Nessa's divine mind was extremely sharp. He quickly sensed Chen's presence. He sped up and came closer. The first thing he saw was Chen refining the fruit. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He felt it was a bit unbelievable. They had been looking for him for a long time without finding him. They did not expect to meet him here. His knowledge of Chen was limited to the fact that he had a powerful defensive treasure. Apart from that, he knew nothing. In fact, It did not matter whether he knew anything or not. He was a level 6 warrior, and his opponent was only a level 3 warrior. Even if he had the opportunity to reach level 4, there was still a gap of 2 levels between them. In the divine realm, there might be some powerful beings who could fight someone 2 levels higher than them. However, in the battlefield of the general level, such a situation did not exist, because they were all at the Black Order level, the best among the divine generals. Who could defeat them 2 levels higher than them? Therefore, when he saw Zi-chan at this moment, even if he felt a little strange in his heart, he did not think too much about it. He just showed up. His figure flashed and appeared beside Zi-chan like a ghost. Swoosh! A sword light like a waterfall went straight for Zi-chan. As the sword light passed, Zi-chan's body was cut in half. Then it turned into light and dissipated. The withered ancient tree behind him was also cut in half. "You're not slow." Seeing Zi-chan disappear, the other party coldly smiled with a trace of disdain on his face. "You too." Zi-chan's cold voice rang out. The surrounding space began to tremble, and the 8 ancestral tablets appeared. Seeing the 8 ancestral tablets hidden in the air, Ness' expression did not change. He said coldly, "Isn't this your tortoise-shell defense? Why did you bring it outside? Did you get scared and go in the wrong direction?" Zi-chan said coldly, "This is not just a defense. It's an absolute domain." As he spoke, he kept appearing, and one yin-yang fist light after another flew toward Ness. In the midst of the continuous rumbling, Ness' expression gradually became solemn. After that, facing Zi-chen's attack, his expression changed again and again. It changed from seriousness to shock, and finally to despair. Buzz! The light of energy trembled again. The blade, domain dispersed, and Divine General Ness turned into a corpse. This time, Zi-chan was not seriously injured. This did not mean that Divine General Ness' combat power was weaker than Fry's. It was just that he already had experience fighting against a 6th grade Divine General, and his combat skills were still improving. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He had killed 2 6th grade Divine Generals, so there were only 4 opponents left. If he used the previous method, he would not succeed. He had to think of other countermeasures. A day later, Kennedy frowned when he saw that Ness did not return. 111C? He said, "Something happened." The others turned their heads to look at him. It's been so long, and Ness still hasn't returned. Something must have happened. Kennedy's expression became very unsightly. Royf looked back at Kennedy. "Are you sure?" "Ness will definitely come back with news, whether it's good or bad." "But he hasn't returned for a whole day," said Kennedy. "But there's no signal," said Royf, puzzled. "That's what I'm puzzled about. No, I have to go and see for myself." Royf stood up. This time, Tree Spirit opened his eyes and did not say anything. If something really happened, the opponent must be a strong one. "You might be in danger alone," said Royf. "I'll go with you." Kennedy shook his head. "No need. I'll send a message as soon as I find anything unusual. You stay here and wait for a new spiritual shadow to appear." Seeing that Kennedy was so insistent, Royf did not say anything else. But before Ness left, he asked Kennedy to take a 5th grade Divine General with him. This time, Kennedy did not refuse. The two of them moved quickly toward Jono's location. Along the way, Kennedy scanned the surroundings with his divine mind. Although the battle took place in the domain of blades, he could still see some traces of the battle if he observed carefully. They're dead. During this time, Kennedy found a battlefield where he saw the blood of the gods. "Dead? Why didn't they send a signal before the battle?" asked the 5th grade Divine General, puzzled. Kennedy shook his head. That was something he could not figure out at the moment. They continued to move forward without any accidents until they reached Jono's territory. At that moment, Kennedy's pupils shrank as he saw a person. "It's him." The 5th grade Divine General also saw that person. His expression changed immediately, and then a look of greed appeared in his eyes. Kennedy said coldly, "Send the signal." Huh. The fifth-grade Divine General was stunned. "Send the signal immediately." "I already know the reason," said Kennedy. Although he was very reluctant, the fifth-grade Divine General could not disobey the order. He had to send the signal. The signal exploded in the sky. Roy and the others, who were thousands of miles away, could clearly sense it. Ziethen opened his eyes and looked at Kennedy. As expected, this method was no longer effective. Kennedy landed and looked at Ziethen coldly. "Did you kill Fry and the others?" The fifth-grade Divine General could not believe it. Ziethen was only a third-grade Divine General when he first met him. "They wanted to kill me. Of course, I had to kill them to save my own life." Hearing Ziethen's affirmation, the fifth-grade Divine General felt even more incredulous. He really could not understand how this person killed two sixth-grade Divine Generals. At that moment, Kennedy's expression changed. He exclaimed, "Watch out!" He flashed and came to the fifth-grade Divine General's side, grabbing him and dodging. A divine light flashed past where the fifth-grade Divine General was standing. After seeing the silent divine light, a look of fear appeared on Level 5's face. Ziethen didn't feel regretful that his attack had failed, and the corners of his mouth even revealed a wisp of a cold and grim smile. The void where Kennedy landed began to distort, and the 8 Saber ancestors' steels appeared. The Saber domain was formed. He flashed and stepped into the domain. It was too easy for the Heavenly Needle to kill a fifth-grade Divine General. If he had not deliberately let Kennedy notice the abnormality, he would not have sensed it. Now that he was in the domain, it was equivalent to being in his home ground. He first killed the fifth-grade Divine General with the Heavenly Needle. He could not afford to be distracted when fighting a sixth-grade Divine General. The light of the sword flashed in the Saber domain. Ziethen showed all kinds of skills. The battle was very fierce. In the end, Ziethen won. This time his injuries were more serious than when he fought Divine General Fry. But he did not have time to heal because the other sixth-grade Divine Generals had heard the message and were rushing over. Ziethen looked back and said to Jono, "Be careful," and then teleported away. Him 5B4. Chapter 2783. This was a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain. Ziethen had already guessed that this trick would not work. Now it seemed that he was right. Since the enemy was already on guard, he had to think of various possibilities and come up with various countermeasures. He would leave a few doppelgangers to hide in the middle of the teleportation and return here to wait for the Class 6 to come. When the enemy sent out the signal, the doppelgangers would monitor the path to see who was coming and who was staying. If the strong ones came and the weak ones stayed, he would use the advantage of teleportation to go and kill the tree spirit first. Otherwise, he would stay here and wait for the weak to come and kill them one by one. Of course, none of the remaining 3 Class 6 were weak. Relatively speaking, the one with the gourd would be much more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Ziethen did not want to meet him first. After seeing Kennedy's signal, Royf immediately stood up and gazed in that direction. He did not expect that there would be a problem. "Let's go." Beside him, a Class 6 stood up. "Let's go and help." Royf said go. "Someone needs to stay here." The Class 6 Divine General glanced at Tree Spirit and said, "Then one person is enough. We'll go together. Barit, you stay here." The Class 6 named Barit nodded. There were 4 Class 5s left. Royf did not take them with him. Instead, he sped up and flew forward with the Class 6. "They'll be fine, right?" Tree Spirit looked at Barit and asked worriedly. "With Royf here, they should be fine," Barit said indifferently. Barit said calmly. He had confidence in Roy, as his gourd was indeed extraordinary. However, Barit did not know that Royf and the others were being watched as soon as they left. When they were 5,000 miles away, Zichen's figure appeared. His previous injuries were slightly healed. Buzz. He did not show himself immediately. Instead, he sent his doppelganger. The latter immediately activated the heavenly needle. The needle turned into a beam of light and flew toward the Class 5 Divine Generals. There were still 4 Level 5 warriors left. They were sitting there and were not very alert. When the divine needles appeared, they had already missed the best time to dodge. Their sea of consciousness was penetrated by the divine needles one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Barit's expression changed when he saw 4 Level 5 experts die in the blink of an eye. Then he saw a Level 4 divine general standing in the distance. His heavenly needle turned into a beam of light and returned to his side. At the same time, the other party made a provocative gesture of slitting his throat at Barit, then turned around and left. When Barit saw this scene, his expression began to change. He was at Level 6, while his opponent was only at Level 4. Although the Level 4 opponent had killed the Level 5 opponent, he had relied on external objects. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, he felt danger approaching. A long saber immediately appeared in his hand, and he slashed to the side. Clang! Along with the clanging sound, Barit saw the weapon that had just killed a Level 5 divine general being sent flying out of his hand. When he saw this, all the doubts in his heart were dispelled. He made up his mind and rushed toward his opponent. This divine needle could not kill him, but he could kill his opponent. If he could snatch the divine needle, he believed that it would not be any weaker than Roif's gourd. When he thought of quickly, B68, Barit's mood became very excited as he knew that there would be a supreme treasure on the way. He sped up again. Come back, be careful. This is a trap. Tree Spirit reminded him, but it was useless. It was just a transaction between them. They had never taken Tree Spirit seriously, especially after knowing that there were many tree spirits here. They did not care about him at all. The reason why they stayed here was to get more fruits. Now that Barit had a chance to get a treasure, why would he care about tree spirit's life? He left. He went to chase after his doppelganger. After the other party left, Tree Spirit was on high alert. Zichen appeared. He looked at Tree Spirit, who was on high alert, and his expression turned cold. The power of yin and yang flashed out from his body. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. As he rushed forward, the power of yin and yang around him formed a blade of yin and yang and slashed forward. The change here attracted Tree Spirit's attention. Its branches instantly extended down and formed a defense under the will of the forest. Buzz! The blade of yin and yang landed on the defense, causing energy to vibrate. His attack was blocked by the defense. Zichen was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. This was enough to prove that Tree Spirit was not ordinary. Even if the 2 Level 6 experts rushed over, Jono could still hold on for a long time. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the saber light dissipated, the Tree Spirit launched an attack on Zichen. One branch after another pierced towards Zichen like a long spear. The sound of air being pierced was heard. The surrounding space began to distort. Zichen felt a pressure that affected his speed. The power of yin and yang on his body exploded and surged violently. He then broke free from the pressure and disappeared. The afterimage he left behind was penetrated by one attack after another. With a flash, Zichen appeared in the distance. This was a forest flashing with green light. All the ancient trees had been revived. As soon as Zichen appeared, the ancient trees attacked him. Zichen turned his head and looked coldly at the incoming attack. The power of yin and yang on his body surged again, forming an even bigger blade in front of him. The blade was dozens of feet long. It immediately slashed forward. Wherever the blade passed, the branches that extended over were instantly cut off. Just as it was about to reach the ancient trees, it was blocked by the ancient trees. Whoosh! The blade light did not slow down. It passed through the ancient trees in an instant and cut them in half. The ancient trees here were all extensions of tree spirits' will. As long as they were killed, tree spirits' combat strength would be greatly reduced. Buzz! The light of energy around Zichen shone again. It formed another blade and slashed toward the other side. When he was in the depths, he could already easily kill the ancient trees. Now that he was in the outside world, his combat strength was even stronger. It was naturally easier to kill these ancient trees. Puff! Puff! B68 puff! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ancient trees were all cut down. At the same time, Zichen opened the world and stored the ancient trees inside. The life force in them would be refined by the mother nest. As for the heart of the tree, it would be given to Zichen. Stop! Tree Spirit's angry voice sounded again and again. However, Zichen did not stop. He would occasionally attack Tree Spirit, but he was still unable to break through its defense. The clone had yet to return. According to Zichen's idea, the clone wanted to feel the gap between it and a grade 6. The clone ran in the opposite direction for hundreds of miles. Then it stopped. Barit spread out his divine sense and did not find anything unusual. He stood in front of the clone and said coldly, "Why did you stop running?" "I don't want to run anymore." The clone said indifferently, "Then you can go to hell." Barit's eyes flashed coldly. A long blade, surrounded by divine light, appeared in his hand. He slashed at the clone. Whoosh! At this moment he felt a dangerous aura. The god needle was flying toward him again. He shouted angrily. Divine light surged from his body. The blade that was slashing at the clone changed direction in midair and slashed at the god needle. Dang! The god needle was knocked back. Taking advantage of this, divine light lingered in the sky. A palm appeared and went straight for Barit. It was the god trapping hand. It was extremely fast. Barit could not dodge it at all. He was caught by the palm in an instant. Seeing the god trapping hand trap the opponent, the clone did not rush forward. Instead, he formed another seal at an extremely fast speed. Another palm print appeared in the sky. This time it was not the god trapping hand, but the god destroying hand. The palm print fell from the sky. The energy in the surroundings was absorbed by it, causing the aura emitted by the palm print to become more and more terrifying. Boom! A huge energy tremor came from below. The god trapping hand that trapped Barit exploded. He raised his head and looked at the falling palm print. His face became extremely gloomy. Divine energy gushed out from his body. He held the long blade in his hand and stomped his foot. The ground rumbled. He soared into the sky and slashed at the god-destroying hand. A dazzling blade light shot out from the tip of the blade and went straight for the god-destroying hand. The terrifying palm print was split into two. It turned into divine energy and spread out. The clone Zichen looked at this scene indifferently. This was his strongest combat skill. Unfortunately, the gap between their realms made it impossible for these two skills to work. However, he still had more powerful skills. A light flashed in his hand, and the stone blade appeared. This was taken out by his real body from the abyss. It could even be said that he took it out because his real body relied on the heaven god's bone. At this moment, the heaven god's bone was in his body. He stood with the blade in his hand. Divine light shone on his body as he looked at Barit coldly. B68, after Barit destroyed the god-destroying hand, he looked down at the clone in the sky and shouted coldly, "Die!" He rushed toward the clone. The clone also rushed toward him with the blade. In the meantime, Barit swung his blade. A ray of blade light shot out and went straight for the clone. The clone blocked with the stone blade in his hand. With a strong vibration, he slid backward with his feet close to the ground. After stabilizing his body, the clone rushed forward again. Barit saw that his long-range attack did not hurt his opponent. He also moved forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the two of them met. Barit slashed at the clone. The blade shone brightly. The clone raised his arm to block. Divine light lingered on his arm. At the same time, he held the stone blade in his right hand and stabbed it toward his opponent's heart. "You're courting death." Seeing this scene, Barit's eyes flashed with disdain. This was because when he slashed, not only would the clone's arm be broken, but his head would also be chopped off. As for him, he would only be injured at most. His slash instantly broke the defense on the clone's arm. It even cut the skin on the arm. However, when it came into contact with the bone, the powerful slash was blocked and a clanging sound was heard. Puff! Chapter 2784. This was the doppelganger's greatest trump card, the heavenly god's bone. His body and bones came from the heavenly god. They were so tough that they were indestructible. How could a mere 6th grade divine general break them? He used his heavenly god's arm to block his opponent's attack while the stone sword in his hand moved forward. He easily broke through Barit's defense and pierced through his heart. The stone sword was very sharp and its attack was indestructible. Barit's expression changed drastically after his body was pierced through. He looked at the doppelganger in shock. The doppelganger's expression didn't change. He flipped the sword in his hand and crushed Barit's heart. Divine energy surged toward Barit's body through the stone sword and destroyed his vitality. Boom! Powerful shock. 111C? A terrifying aura surged and divine light burst out. A powerful shock wave spread in all directions. The doppelganger and Barit both retreated. Barit, who was retreating, had a look of horror in his eyes. His opponent had blocked his full-powered attack with his arm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a person's bones could be so tough. After stabilizing his body, the doppelganger continued to charge toward Barit. This was the fighting style that Zichen often used when he was in danger, when he was still weak. This was a life for a life, to see who had the bigger life. However, the doppelganger, who had the absolute advantage, seemed to be more proficient in using such a move. He charged forward. Terrifying divine energy surged. He never defended and attacked with all his might every time. One attack after another. Facing such a strong attack, the injured Barit became more and more shocked. During this time, he hit his opponent several times. However, he could only break his opponent's defense and cut his skin. Other than that, he couldn't hurt his opponent. On the other hand, his opponent's sword could seriously injure him every time. He became more and more passive. In addition, the elusive heavenly needle also posed a threat to him. On the other side of the battlefield, Zichen's real body was killing the surrounding ancient trees. Every time an ancient tree was killed, the will of the forest would weaken a little. The tree spirit's defense would also weaken a little. During this time, the tree spirit kept screaming. However, Zichen wouldn't stop. When the last ancient tree was killed, the will of the forest had disappeared. The tree spirit's indestructible defense was easily broken by Zichen. Buzz! After breaking through the tree spirit's defense from afar, more yin and yang light clusters appeared in front of Zichen. These light clusters flew forward and gathered into one thunder lotus after another in midair. These thunder lotuses emitted powerful ripples as they charged towards the tree spirit. Whoosh! 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 A jade-green tree trunk extended from the tree trunk, whistling like a long spear as it headed straight for the yin-yang lightning lotus. The thunder lotus was instantly pierced through. The energy within it directly exploded, forming a destructive wave. The shock wave spread out in all directions, destroying the tree trunks. Some of the shock waves were heading towards the tree spirit, but they were blocked by the tree spirit's defensive barrier. Jono had told Zichen that the tree spirit's psychic power was extremely strong. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they should never get close to it. Zichen was seriously injured and his spiritual sense was damaged. Naturally, He could not afford to be careless. The only enemy left was the tree spirit, but Zi-Chen was not in a hurry. He stood at a distance and attacked. Thunder lotuses flew forward one after another, treating this as a way to temper his yin and yang energy. At the very least, his doppelganger had proven that he was not weaker than a level 6. A horrified scream came from afar. Not long after, his doppelganger appeared. He walked over with a stone saber in his hand. His body was covered with wounds, looking very shocking. Although he looked extremely battered, his aura was still strong. Buzz! After he appeared, he controlled the heavenly needle to attack the tree spirit. The heavenly needle went straight for the tree spirit without a sound. As for Barit from before, it was obvious that he had died under Lin Huang's method of exchanging his life for his own. A powerful aura surged in the forest. The real body cooperated with the doppelganger to kill the tree spirit. The doppelganger's hand seals kept changing. The heavenly needle moved faster and faster. Divine light flashed continuously, leaving behind traces. The tree spirit's strength was not weaker than a level 6. In some ways, the tree spirit was even more difficult to deal with than a level 6. Yin and yang energy appeared in Zi-Chen's left and right hands respectively. The yin and yang energy gathered and formed a yin-yang lightning lotus. This yin-yang lightning lotus was extremely large. After it reassembled, there was no powerful shockwave. Zi-Chen's control of this self-created combat technique was almost perfect. Boom! The yin-yang lightning lotus exploded when it got close to the tree spirit. It formed a terrifying storm of destruction and swept toward the tree spirit. The tree spirit let out a scream. Zi-Chen, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward and stood in front of the tree spirit. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. The saber light swept forward like a waterfall. The light on the tree spirit's body continued to circle, forming a defense and blocking the saber. At the same time, the tree trunk 16 Diro it extended and turned into various attacks that rushed toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen tapped his foot and retreated at lightning speed. One attack after another exploded in front of him, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. The tree spirit was unimaginably powerful. All kinds of attacks followed Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's body flashed. The yin and yang energy on his body formed a saber and swept forward. "Master, I can devour its vitality." The broodmother's voice suddenly sounded in Zi-Chen's mind. Zi-Chen did not hesitate and opened a corner of the world. Rays of energy appeared from the open world and went straight toward the tree spirit. These rays of light met the tree spirit's defense. However, the broodmother used some unknown method. The rays of light suddenly burst out with a blinding light and penetrated the tree spirit's defense in an instant. The next moment, these rays of light began to devour the tree spirit's vitality, causing it to scream continuously. At this time, while the tree spirit was distracted, his clone controlled the heavenly needle to go forward. Puff! Puff! The heavenly needle penetrated the tree spirit's body and traveled back and forth in its body, destroying its vitality. As it devoured and destroyed, the tree spirit's aura was clearly weakened. Zi-Chen's body flashed again and approached the tree spirit. He unsheathed his saber. A yin-yang saber light slashed forward like a waterfall. The leaves in the forest danced wildly, and the tree spirit was cut in half. A shrill scream followed. The tree spirit fell to the two sides, and a soul appeared from it. It was the tree spirit's soul. It had been severely injured and was on the verge of death. Its soul was trembling, and sometimes it turned into a human face. It seemed to be terrified. Zi-Chen went forward and sealed the tree spirit's soul. As for what to do with the tree spirit's soul, it was up to Jono. As for the huge tree body, he kept it in the world. This was left for the brood mother. For the brood mother, the tree spirit was also its opportunity. Although the tree spirit was dealt with, the danger was not over yet because there were 2 more level 6 beings left. He rested for a while, then teleported back. When he returned to Jono's side, Jono was fighting against 2 level 6 beings. During this time, many of its ancient trees were killed. The ancient trees in the forest attacked one of the level 6 beings. However, the opponent's combat power was extremely strong. It wandered among the attacks, and from time to time, divine light would pierce through the attacks. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard as the ancient trees were killed one after another. As for Roif, he was focused on dealing with Jono. Above his head, a gourd was hanging upside down, and divine light kept spitting out from the mouth of the gourd. The descending divine light would turn into sharp blades and slash at Jono. Jono's body glowed with green light, forming a defense to block these sharp blades. At the same time, he manifested all kinds of attacks and attacked Roif. However, before these attacks could reach Roif, they were all destroyed by the sharp blades spat out from the mouth of the gourd. If this continued, Jono would definitely be exhausted to death. Fortunately, Zi-chun came back in time. He shouted at the front, "Stop!" Roif and the level 6 turned around when they heard him, but their attacks did not stop. "It's you!" After seeing Zi-chin, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. "The tree spirit you were guarding is dead," Zi-chin said directly. When they heard that the tree spirit was dead, their expressions did not change much. After all, they were only interested in each other's interests. If the tree spirit died, then so be it. What they cared about now was Zi-chin, or rather, Zi-chen's saber ancestor's tablet. Roif looked back at the level 6 and asked, "Is it him?" "Yes, it's him," the level 6 said coldly. After hearing the level SIXS affirmation, Roif stopped talking. The mouth of the gourd immediately aimed at Zi-chin. Buzz! A blade of light appeared from the mouth of the gourd and then swept toward Zi-chin crazily. He was quite decisive as well. He directly attacked without wasting any time on useless words. Zi-chen's figure dodged. Wherever he passed, the branches of the ancient trees that had blocked the attacks for him were all broken. Puff! 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 At the same time that the branches were chopped off, several scars appeared on the ancient tree. The blade of light kept chasing after Zi-chin. Although it did not hit him, Zi-chun still felt the sharp blade intent. Zi-chin knew the gap between him and the level 6. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. While dodging, the saber ancestor's tablet whizzed out. The blade of light fell on the saber ancestor's tablet, making a series of loud sounds. The saber ancestor's tablet was drawn backward. When Roif saw the intact saber ancestor's tablet, his eyes flashed. Obviously, this was the defense they were talking about. At this time, in Roif's eyes, Zi-chun was so embarrassed that he could not protect the saber ancestor's tablet. Zi-chin dodged again. The surrounding ancient trees blocked many of the attacks for him, but those ancient trees paid the price of their lives. The gourd was extremely powerful and terrifying. When he could not dodge, the second saber ancestor's tablet appeared and was hit by the blade of light again. As for the level 6 in the distance, at this time he was killing the surrounding ancient trees. These ancient trees could not stop him at all. The third saber ancestor's tablet was hit, and the fourth one was hit. Then the fifth and sixth saber ancestor's tablet were hit. Looking at the saber ancestor's tablet that was hit, Roif smiled proudly and said, "Let's see how many more tablets you can defend." At this time, the seventh saber ancestor's tablet had been repelled. The eighth saber ancestor's tablet appeared in front of Zi-chin. This time, the saber ancestor's tablet fell directly to the ground. Zi-chin stood in the middle of the saber ancestor's tablet and said indifferently, "A total of 8. As soon as his voice fell, the saber ancestor's tablets opened. 5B4. Chapter 2785. The saber ancestor steels that had been knocked back earlier were now glowing, forming a huge domain. The smug smile on Roy's face disappeared. He had thought that the other party was just running away like a headless fly. He had not expected that the other party had been scheming against him. Now that he was in this domain, Roy clearly felt an extremely strong pressure, but he didn't care. He formed a seal with both hands, glanced at the domain around him, and shouted, "Break!" As soon as he finished speaking, a misty light spurted out from the gourd. The light quickly formed a long sword, which released a dazzling light and went straight to Zichin. Swish! Swish! The sword light cut through the sky, causing the space to distort violently. A powerful pressure swept over. The heavenly thunderwings on Zichen's back flapped, and the power of yin and yang flickered on his body. He broke free from the seal of this aura and turned into a stream of light, disappearing. The sword light came quickly and fell on the saber domain, which began to tremble. The sword light shattered, and the domain trembled. Seeing this, Zichen's expression changed. He did not expect the gourd to be so powerful that it could shake his domain. At this time he was already injured, so he could not fight a battle of attrition like before. Moreover, the other party's gourd was so powerful that it could even shake his saber domain. He naturally had to use all his strength. A long saber appeared in his hand, which was surrounded by 4 saber essences. He held the saber and slashed forward. The saber light, which was filled with yin and yang energy, emitted a powerful and vast aura and went straight to Roy. Sensing the power of this saber, Roy's expression changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a screen of light descended from the gourd, protecting Roy within it. The yin and yang saber light fell on the light curtain, which trembled violently. Roy's expression changed. The energy of the yin and yang saber light was quickly consumed and finally disappeared. The light curtain was still there, and Roy breathed a sigh of relief. The previous gourd let Zichin see the opponent's strong defense, but he did not expect it to show unparalleled defensive power now. Buzz! 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 The saber ancestor's tablet, which had been hidden in the domain, appeared and began to tremble. Streaks of saber will emerge from it. Zichin stood in the air, his body glowing with the light of yin and yang like a god of war. 8 blade wills converged toward him and fell into the blade. The long blade in his hand began to tremble. When Royf saw this, his expression became more and more solemn. The gourd above him also began to tremble, releasing rays of misty light. Those rays of light rapidly transformed into a long blade. Divine inscriptions flickered on the blade, and an oppressive aura appeared. Shwa! Zichin unsheathed his long saber and swiftly chopped down. The saber light below also rose into the air at this moment. Saber against saber. Chi! Chi! When the 2 saber lights met, a powerful aura surged out. When the saber lights collided, they formed a terrifying energy wave that dispersed in all directions. The ripples spread out in all directions, and the powerful aura continued to surge, wreaking havoc on the domain and the light shield that the gourd was protecting. The domain kept trembling, and the 8 saber ancestors' tablets kept shaking. The defense under the gourd was also constantly distorted at this moment. Zichin retreated, the blood in his body churning. He looked forward. The vibrating energy dissipated, and Zichin saw that the light shield was still intact. He was shocked. The gourd did not look like much, but it was comparable to the 8 saber ancestors' tablets. However, the shock in Roy's heart was even more intense than Zichen's. This was because he was at level 6, while Zichin was only at level 4. His gourd was actually unable to break through this domain, despite being 2 levels higher. It could be seen that the other party was not lucky to be able to get more than 20 fruits at once. Both sides were shocked, but the battle did not stop. Zichin, who was seriously injured, repeatedly displayed powerful means. Roif's gourd was also counterattacking while defending. Powerful energy kept surging, and it was extremely terrifying. It could be said that the two sides were completely evenly matched in the battle. The battle outside was still going on, but the scene of the level 6 wiping out the ancient trees no longer appeared. With the addition of Jono, the ancient trees had suppressed the level 6 attacks. Just like the battle in the domain, the battle outside was also in a stalemate. As the terrifying energy surged, Zichen's body retreated continuously. The yin and yang energy fluctuated continuously in all directions. Puff! As he retreated, he coughed up blood. There was also blood at the corner of Roif's mouth. He looked up at Zichen and said, "You and I can't do anything to each other. If we continue to fight like this, both of us will be injured." Zichen wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared at him silently. "Let's work together." Roif said, "You have a strong defense and I have a strong attack. If you and I work together, we will definitely be able to sweep this area." Zichen glanced at the tree spirits outside. "We are all outsiders, and in the eyes of these tree spirits, we are all invaders. It seems that we are working together, but this is because they are in a weaker position. Once they become stronger, they will attack us first," Roif said. Roif said, "Cooperating with Tree Spirit is only based on mutual benefits of deception. This kind of cooperation will never be reliable. Will our relationship be reliable if we work together?" Zichen said calmly, "We come from the same place. What's there not to trust?" "It's just that you are weaker. If we work together, I will get 70% of the loot," Roif said. "You are quite calculative." Zichen's smile had a hint of sarcasm. "It's not calculative. We are just splitting the loot according to our strength. This is fair." Zichen frowned and thought. He did not think too much about the so-called 30 to 70 split. Everything depended on strength. As long as he was strong enough, he would naturally have a bigger share of the loot. But now, the only thing he needed to think about was whether he should work with Roif. Working with Roif was a good choice. After all, both of them were strong. At that moment, the long sword in Zichen's hand began to tremble. The trembling was completely spontaneous. It was not under Zichen's control. The sword spirit, who had been hiding, turned into a ray of light and appeared. He stood on the long sword in the air and stared at the gourd below with a pair of cold eyes. His body released a strong aura. The white robe on his body fluttered without wind. "Senior, why did you come out?" Seeing the sword spirit appear on his own, Zichen was very surprised. "I want this spirit body," the sword spirit said. His cold voice echoed in the area of the sword. When Roif first saw the sword spirit, he was shocked. The aura around the sword spirit gave him a strong sense of oppression. However, when he heard the sword spirit's next words, a look of anger immediately appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Humph, what a big mouth. I can say that I want this spirit body of yours." When Zichen heard what the sword spirit said, he was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He knew very well what kind of existence the sword spirit was. Since he was interested in the spirit body in the gourd, it was naturally excellent. The sword spirit's gaze swept over Roif. After that, he no longer paid attention to him. He stood in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He shouted, "Buzz!" The sound of trembling came from all directions. The 8 saber ancestors' tablets that were previously hidden appeared again. When Roif saw this, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "I've just used this trick. It's useless." The sword spirit did not speak. 8 sword intents emerged from the 8 saber ancestors' tablets. After these 8 sword intents appeared, they flew toward the sword spirit. As they flew forward, the saber wills were fusing and twisting together. When they reached the top, the 8 sword intents gathered and turned into a long sword. The invisible sword intents turned into a tangible long sword. This scene shocked Zichen. This was a step that he could not do. He felt an extremely powerful aura from the sword intense long sword. Roy Ifu had clearly sensed the abnormality from this blade, and a solemn expression appeared on his disdainful face. The sword spirit's eyes flashed coldly. The sword intense long sword descended from the sky and went straight for the gourd. In Roy's perception, this sword was only slightly more powerful than when Zichen used it. It might not be able to break his defense. However, he still did not dare to be careless. His hands quickly formed a seal. At this moment, a sharp voice came from the gourd. It was a spirit body that emerged. This was a translucent figure. At this moment, it was looking up at the sword. Its body was trembling. When Roy Ifu saw this, his expression changed drastically. From what he could sense, this slash was not very strong, but it had activated the spirit body on its own accord. Through his senses, he realized that the spirit body was trembling in fear. Seize the spirit! As the sword light descended, the sword spirit's cold voice rang out. Buzz! The descending sword light trembled and released an even more powerful sword intent. Its volume also increased in an instant. It became hundreds of feet long and almost completely covered the sword territory. Whoosh! The sword intense descended from the sky. Its aura was powerful. It slashed through the gourd and toward the light shield below. It slashed toward Royf, who was in the light shield. The spirit body on the gourd dissipated like a phantom under this sword. The light shield that was hit by the sword light was intact. Royf, who was in the middle, was also unharmed. He stood there quietly with a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that the saber did not cause any harm to him when it landed on his body. Next to Zichen, the sword spirit's solid body became slightly dim. This was a sign that too much soul power had been consumed. A beam of light appeared from the gourd below and flew upward. Within the beam of light, a small spirit body could be vaguely seen struggling. This beam of light reached the sword spirit and was swallowed into his stomach. Whoosh! The sword spirit's figure disappeared. The sword territory was still there. The gourd was still intact. Chapter 2786. Roy stood there, stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. He had no idea what had just happened. That swift and fierce slash looked extremely powerful, but he did not suffer any damage or discomfort. He was not injured, nor did he cough up blood. Even his defense was not broken. He vaguely felt that he had lost something, but he could not recall what it was. He had even forgotten what kind of move the spiritual body had used just now. It was as if he had lost some part of his memory. Zichen was also puzzled. That slash was extremely powerful. He did not think that the sword spirit would use such a meaningless slash after expending so much soul power. He pointed his finger, and a beam of yin and yang light fell down, landing on the light shield around Royf. Smack! The defense that he had not been able to break through even after using powerful moves was now easily broken by a single finger. Roy looked up at the sky, his face full of shock. He exclaimed, "You broke through my defense. How is that possible?" The next moment, he formed a seal with both hands. A new beam of light fell from the gourd, forming a new defense. Zichen pointed a finger again, and the power of yin-yang formed a finger beam that fell. Smack! The light shield shattered again. It was very easy. Roy's eyes widened. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. How did your attack become so powerful? Looking at his opponent's genuine expression, Zichen said, "It's not that my attack has become powerful. It's your gourd that has weakened." Weakened? How is that possible? My treasured gourd's defense is extremely strong, Roy said. But it has lost its spirit, Zichen said. How is that possible? Roy's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He was in disbelief. However, After releasing his soul perception, he discovered that the spirit in his gourd was gone. Where's the spirit? He was extremely shocked. Did that slash destroy the spirit? Roy's expression did not seem to be fake. It was as if he really did not know what had happened. Zi-Chen's face revealed a hint of shock. The slash that had landed on Roy's body did not cause him any damage. Instead, it erased some of his memories. At the very least, he had already forgotten what the saber spirit had said earlier. Perhaps he couldn't even remember that slash just now. The gourd no longer had a spirit body. To Zi-Chen, Roy was like a tiger without teeth and claws. He was nothing to be afraid of. Zi-Chen chopped down with his saber, sending a yin-yang saber light towards Roy Yifu. Royf shouted and reflexively made a hand seal to support the gourd's defense. Pum! As the saber light fell, the gourd's defense was instantly shattered. Royf had no choice but to accept this reality. He raised his head and looked up. The gourd was still shining, but the light had dimmed, and the powerful spiritual body had disappeared. At this moment, the dim light flickered a few times before suddenly disappearing. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the gourd. These cracks spread rapidly and soon covered the entire gourd. Boom! With a loud bang, the gourd shattered and turned into specks of light that disappeared into the horizon. Royf's face was extremely pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and a deep cut appeared on his chest. However, he didn't care. Or rather, all of his attention was attracted by the gourd. He had no time to pay attention to his injuries. After all, a grade 6 divine general's life force was extremely strong. He wouldn't die so easily. Royf's eyes were lifeless. The moment the gourd shattered, his heart seemed to have shattered as well. Another attack descended from the sky, and he dodged it reflexively. Energy exploded, and he retreated, coughing up blood again. However, this attack had woken him up. He knew that he had lost the gourd. He could only rely on himself now. Otherwise, even he would have to give up here. Divine light flickered on his body, and the wound on his chest visibly healed. A powerful aura that was close to tyrannical surged out of his body. Royf's eyes became cold. The divine energy on his body was in a frenzy, forming a terrifying tornado. He was at the center of the tornado. Zi-Chen had expected this to happen, to be able to become a Black Order-level existence. None of them were weak. They all had their own special means. Aside from some external objects, their combat strength was not weak either. Zi-Chen had been injured before, and after a long battle, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. His condition wasn't much better than his opponent's. The power of yin and yang on his body flickered again, and then converged on a long saber, merging into the blade along the hilt. At the same time, the 8 saber ancestors' steels reappeared, releasing 8 saber wills that fell on the scabbard. Zi-Chen drew his saber and slashed down. 2,238? The sharp blade carried a terrifying aura as it slashed down on Royf below. Wherever the blade passed, the space was wildly distorted as if it was about to be cut into pieces. Royf, who was at the center of the storm, had a cold look in his eyes. He tapped his foot, and the earth rumbled. As smoke and dust filled the air, he rose into the air. The divine light on his body turned into a shining armor. At the same time, a dazzling spear appeared in his hand. He was like a god of war as he charged at Zi-Chen, piercing the sky with his spear. The blade fell from the sky and collided with the spear that was going against the sky. There was a violent roar, which turned into a terrifying wave that spread out, causing the domain to tremble again. Zi-Chen's saber light shattered in an instant. He was sent flying and coughed up blood. His face turned pale as he looked in front of him in shock. He didn't expect that his opponent would still have such powerful combat strength after losing the gourd. The spear in Royf's hand shattered under the powerful sweep of energy. At the same time, the exploding yin and yang energy also swept through his body. His body fell to the ground, and the energy armor on the surface of his body also burst into pieces. He was also injured in this collision, but his injuries were not fatal. On the other side, the space distorted and the clone appeared. At the same time, the heavenly god needle appeared, and it directly went toward Roif. The shattered armor and spear appeared again. Roif pointed his spear and knocked the heavenly god needle away, but the clone that came right after him slashed down with his saber. Boom! Energy vibrated, and the spear exploded again. Roif's body flew backward, and he coughed up blood again. Above his head, Zichen slashed down with a saber again. 4 general-level saber, intense, lingered on the saber's blade. This saber attack was still powerful. As the energy roared, Roif's body fell backward, and the divine armor on the surface of his body shattered. Uft! The heavenly god needle that followed directly penetrated Roif's body. The energy contained in the needle destroyed his vitality. With his real body and clone working together, with the help of the saber domain and the heavenly god needle, Zichen had the absolute upper hand. Buzz! The saber light appeared in the sky again. As the energy trembled, the saber intent swept through the entire domain and slashed toward Roif. Uft! Roif coughed up blood again and flew backward. This time his injuries were even more serious. This repeated several times. With the help of his real body and clone, his vitality was finally extinguished. Boom! His eyes widened. His vitality was extinguished, and he fell backward unwillingly. Buzz! The saber domain around Chun trembled and disappeared. The continuous battles had almost pushed him to his limit. Fortunately, he had the support of the world. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured and would have fallen into a deep sleep. He looked back and saw that the battle was still going on. Jono controlled the ancient trees to attack the level 6 divine general and gained an overwhelming advantage. The disappearance of the domain was sensed by the level 6 divine general, who was retreating. Just as he was about to ask for help, he saw Zichen standing there. How is this possible? His face was full of shock. At this moment, there was a tremor, and the heavenly god needle flew toward him. Clang! With one blow, the heavenly god needle was knocked away. However, this delay allowed Jono to seize the opportunity and wrap more ancient trees around the level 6 divine general. The level 6 divine general kept resisting, but more ancient trees wrapped around him, trapping him in layers. The level 6 divine general's cries of surprise slowly disappeared, and so did the vibrating energy. The battle was over. With Jono's current ability, it was not a problem for him to kill a level 6 divine general. This time, the surrounding ancient trees were damaged. However, the ancient trees here would grow again, soon as Jono could absorb energy from afar through the roots. With the crisis resolved, Zichen returned to Jono's side and sat with his legs crossed. Jono was absorbing the level 6 divine general's vitality. At the same time, there were light spots falling from its tree trunk. These light spots were pure vitality, and they were absorbed by Zichen. At the same time, the vitality in Zichen's world was sending more vitality to him. The remaining energy in his body was expelled. Then, vitality spread all over his body, and his injuries healed faster. Just as Zichen was recovering, a new batch of spirit shadows came from afar. They were attracted by Jono's undisguised aura. As Jono grew, it was like a beacon in the dark, attracting more spirit shadows. In addition to these spirit shadows, there were also tree spirits from other places. After these spirit shadows arrived, they were trapped by Jono one after another. Then he killed these spirit shadows and obtained a new batch of fruits. A few days later, Zichen's injuries were healed. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a dozen fruits in front of him. He was very surprised by this. "While you were healing, other spirit shadows came and I killed them," said Jono. Zichen got up and put away these fruits. Then a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was the soul of the tree spirit he obtained a few days ago. This soul had not died yet. At this time, after sensing Jono's aura, it was trembling. Here. Zichen gave this soul to Jono. He could feel Jono's desire at this time. Jono put away this soul and thanked him again. Chapter 2787. Zichen raised his head and looked into the distance. He also sensed a powerful aura. It's a tree spirit, Jono said. Another tree spirit has advanced and is moving toward the king level. Zichen was shocked. If it's already a king level, doesn't that mean it can shake the existence in the depths? The existence in the depths was also a king level. Wouldn't two kings be able to fight against each other? Jono clearly understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Although they're all kings, there are differences in strength, just like you humans. You're only level 4, but you can easily kill a level 5. Have you also become a king? Zichen asked. Jono shook his head and said, not yet. One had to know. 5 before Zichen had given Xiao Nua a fortuitous opportunity, but the latter had not reached this level. Since the other person had already become a king tier, what fortuitous opportunity had he obtained? It's devouring, Jono said. Only by devouring can one grow faster. Zichen said, it seems that he's met a good guardian. Not all guardians were like Roif and the others, choosing benefits in the face of huge benefits. Xiao Nua's expression turned solemn. Zichen clearly knew what this meant. If Xiao Nua had started out by devouring, then he would definitely continue to devour to make himself stronger. Jono's previous analogy had described the difference between two kings very well. It was like he was level 4 and a level 5 divine general, unless the other party had extremely strong defenses. What do we do next? Do we also go around and steal tree spirits? Zichen asked. This method won't work. Even if all the tree spirits here are devoured by a king, they still can't deal with the king in the depths. Jono seemed helpless. He had lived through many eras and knew how powerful kings were. Unfortunately, those tree spirits who finally had a chance to fight against kings wouldn't listen to Jono's explanation. This was a dead end. It had been like this for many years. Jono shook his head, indicating that he did not agree with the method of devouring. Protect them. Finally, Jono said, 1C84 why don't you gather some people to protect me? Zichen smiled bitterly and said, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. In the eyes of those humans, I'm like you in the eyes of those tree spirits. I won't have friends, and it's even more impossible for anyone to work with me. Tree Spirit said, I remember you said that you could protect me in case of a crisis. If your soul can leave this place freely, as long as I don't die, you won't die. Zichen said, this was also his promise. Then I have nothing to worry about. I'll rely on my own strength to develop. I'll go as far as I can, Jono finally said. Zichen nodded. He would not take the initiative to attack, but he would continue to protect Jono. At the same time, he had to make himself stronger, because even if he did not look for others, others would always come to him. He was refining the remaining fruits, trying to break through in a short period of time. 10 days passed quickly. Jono opened his eyes again and said, the second king has appeared. Oh, will the two kings fight? Zichen asked. That won't happen, but it will increase the speed of the devouring. A few days later, various powerful auras appeared. Among them, there were 5 that were the most prominent. These were all kings. In a short period of time, 5 kings appeared outside this forest. As time passed, Jono also sensed the situation outside through the crisscrossing roots of the ground. In addition to the 5 kings, there were other tree spirits that were on the same level as Jono. However, these tree spirits would change every day. Some would become stronger, some would become weaker, and some would even vanish. Jono still did not advance to the king level, and Zichen did not ask him if he had devoured the previous tree spirits. Spirit Shadow did not appear, and Zichen's fruits were still being consumed. His realm was also steadily increasing. A few days later, some people appeared in the area where Jono was. After they arrived, they killed the ancient trees in the periphery. During this time, they directly opened a path and headed deeper into the forest. Looking at their movements, they seemed to be extremely skilled. They should have a lot of experience. Zichen appeared outside and looked at the people in front of him. The ones who had arrived were the Celestials. Retreat. Zichen looked at these Celestials. The Celestials who had arrived were only at level 5. Now that he could slaughter people of this realm, even if they were not on the same side, he still did not slaughter them as soon as he appeared. When these Celestials raised their heads and saw Zichen, their expressions were startled at first. Then they revealed cold smiles on their faces. Naturally, they also knew Zichen. At this moment, they could clearly sense his realm, so their smiles became even more sinister. I don't want to kill anyone. All of you, quickly retreat. Zichen said again. His words had the opposite effect. Those Celestials rushed towards him. Wong. With a tremor, divine light flashed, and the doppelganger controlled the celestial needle to appear. Pooh! 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 The celestial needle swept past their foreheads. Other than a few who could temporarily block it, the rest were destroyed one after another. After the first wave of attacks, there were only 5 Celestials left. The sinister smiles on their faces turned into fear as they retreated one after another. Too late. Zichen looked at them and said indifferently. He did have the thought and plan to let them go, but unfortunately they rejected him. Along the way, Zichen had killed countless enemies and was definitely not a kind person. Although he did not kill the innocent, as long as he made a move, he would naturally not be soft-hearted. Another round of attacks passed, and the remaining Celestials were killed. Zichen finished cleaning up the battlefield and turned around. The first wave of people died, and he believed that the second wave would soon arrive. At that time, there would definitely be 6th level, and naturally, there would be a fierce battle. He did not have to wait for too long. There were 2 6th-level Celestials and 5 5th-level Celestials. When they saw Zichen, they were extremely surprised, but this time they did not underestimate him. Retreat. Zichen still said the same thing. Naturally, they would not leave and even intended to attack. The void trembled, and the Saber Ancestors' tablet formed a domain, trapping those Celestials. Zichen's figure flashed and entered the domain. After a quarter of an hour, he removed his defense. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. This was the first time he fought 1 against 2. Although the battle was difficult, he still won in the end. The Celestials lost 2 6th-level Celestials, so naturally they would not give up. Zichen's injuries had almost just recovered when new Celestials appeared. This time there were 5 6th-level Celestials, and a group of 5th-level Celestials. As a result, Zichen was completely sure that the person who came was one of the 5 kings. You're the only one here. After seeing Zichen, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the leading 6th-level Celestial. That's right, Zichen said. Do you want to fight too? The expressions of the other 6th-level Celestials changed. They were very clear about Zichen's realm, but he was able to kill so many of them, so it was obvious that he was not a weakling. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time. Zichen said indifferently, if you want to save your strength to deal with the last king, then please go ahead. After saying that, Zichen looked at them with a calm expression. In the eyes of others, this appearance was completely pretentious because he was only one person and was only at the 4th level. How could he fight against them? The eyes of the Celestials behind him were full of murderous intent. But without the person in front of them, they could not act on their own. After thinking for a while, the sixth-level celestial waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The others were shocked. The sixth-level celestial turned to leave, and the other sixth-level celestials followed closely behind. Since the sixth-level celestials had left, the fifth-level celestials obviously would not stay. Although they were shocked, they could only follow. Zichen was surprised by the other party's decisiveness. "My lord, why are we leaving? Can't a group of us kill him?" On the way back, a fifth-level celestial asked. The others were also puzzled, waiting for the sixth-level celestial to answer. "I'm not sure if we can kill him, but I'm sure that those people before were killed by him. And he didn't just kill them," the sixth-level celestial said. "Since he dared to appear there alone, he's definitely not someone to be trifled with. We still have to ask for Lord Goot's opinion on whether we should attack or not." Goots was right below the king tree spirit. A king tree spirit that had reached the king level had an extremely powerful aura. Under this aura, the celestials felt extremely uncomfortable when they approached. Therefore, they purposely did not go to the king tree spirit. They would only go there when they had to report. Hearing the sixth-level celestial's words, Goots was surprised. A mere fourth-level celestial can protect a tree spirit. No matter if he's really strong or just pretending, it's better to let others test him. "What do you mean, my lord? Doesn't he have defenses?" "I believe many people have them. 5B for you. I'll be interested, right?" Goots smiled coldly. The sixth-level celestial understood and immediately went to do as he was told. After the celestials left the area guarded by Zichen, some celestials soon came. These celestials would not show any mercy to Zichen just because he was on the same side. In the following month, Zichen encountered all kinds of opponents. Naturally, he would not show mercy. Gradually, some of his methods were known by some people, such as the sky-piercing godly needle and the territory formed by the Saber Ancestors tablet. When these factions acknowledged his combat strength, they also envied his powerful methods. This went on for a month. One day, Zichen, who was fighting, suddenly turned his head. He saw a powerful aura coming from afar, sweeping towards the forest. The ancient trees fell in the same direction as if they were worshipping a king, conveying a joyful mood. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. He knew that the sixth king tier from the outer region had appeared. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.